Is it working? Yes. Okay. Good morning. Welcome to Ace Attorney Investigations 2, Prosecutor's Gambit, I believe it was. Yes. Last time, I finished Ace Attorney Investigations 1, Miles Edgeworth. So now we're going to do the second one. No, I don't need news about Team Fortress. I have not played that game in a while. Can't say I really care to. This capture is weird. I noticed that when I was watching back an old stream to see if things were... Actually, that's not what we need. We need title selection. Because now it's in here. Oops. Alright. I know what's up. But yeah, I noticed that when I was watching back a prior stream, it's not just on the preview and just in the intro that the capture's weird on black screens in this game. It like turns transparent, which isn't obvious when I'm playing the game, because it, I guess, just has a black background to go to. I don't see my desktop or anything. But on the capture, it does show the bricks I have back there, which is odd. Not sure there's much to be done about it, though. I mean, I suppose I could swap it to a black background to prevent that from being a problem, but I like my bricks. I had initially set them up for my DS setup, but I haven't gotten the chance to use that for what I intended it for, because I'd set it up to be for that one Detective Conan game I wanted to play, but I have not finished reading the Kindaichi case files yet. And also I should probably watch the show. It's a good show. It's a really good manga. A good chunk of it seems to have been translated by Tokyo Pop at some point, although the stuff I can find of it is not that, most of the time. Which, like, although I don't think they did all of it, especially because there seems to be a lot. It's very popular. I don't think it's running anymore, but... Let's see. Episode 1, Turnabout Trigger. Let's see what's up there. Episode 1, Turnabout Trigger. Airplane. Here he comes! The presidential plane descends from the western skies, bringing a message of peace. Let's make its final approach and lands right on Gourd Lake. Why would you do that? That's a bad place to land a plane. Just listen to that crowd. Welcome, Zhengfa. Welcome, Mr. President. And now, sir, our audience awaits. The president of Zhengfa, or separately? Honored friends and allies, I'm here today to deliver a message. The odious criminals that dogged my beloved nation are no more, thanks to the prosecutor of your great prosecution office of your great country. Something like that. It's going goodbye a little quick. You have our most heartfelt gratitude. However, friends, do not forget, the battle against evil rages on. Here today, I make you this solemn promise. We shall crush the wicked with the righteous hammer of justice, I think it said. If it could slow the text down just a little bit, that'd help. Barely even got a chance to look at me. Call the prosecutor's office. Get Miles Edgeworth here right away. If anyone can solve this, he can. Fancy boy. Hopefully the noises from outside aren't too loud. I have the window open. There's some cars going by, but this is a relatively quiet street, so up until the garbage truck shows up again, it should probably be okay. March 25th, 2:46 p.m., Gourd Lake spectator area. The news must be halfway around the world already. After all, it's not every day an attempt is made on the life of a nation's president. My name is Miles Edgeworth, and I work as a prosecutor. I came as soon as I got the call. The moment the phone rang, I knew it was serious.
Mr. Edgeworth. Thank goodness you're here, sir.
This is Dick Gumshoe, a detective with the local precinct. He's the one usually assigned to my cases. How was the president, detective?
We still don't know, Mr. Edgeworth. The medics just boarded the plane a few minutes ago.
I see. I hope he's alright. Then, I suppose you'd better show me the scene of the crime instead.
Right away, sir. Hey, I said hey! Yeah, you, Ruffles! Oh, who?
Who's that?
Who are you?
I guess you're new.
I like your hair.
Can't see much else. You have a bear trap on you?
You're the prosecutor in charge of this here case, ain't ya? Wanna give me your first impressions? Anything strike y'all as odd?
No comment. Detective Gumshoe with me.
Come on now, Mr. Prosecutor, don't be like that. Mr. Edgeworth, wait for me.
Now, detective, I'll need the facts of the case in as much detail as you can give me.
That... Okay.
Suits don't fit like that. Very special suit that transfers into excessively tight right about at the elbows or so.
Baffling.
That's not even talking about his face. I suppose he's meant to look a bit like a lion, but also a demon, maybe.
Well, the scene was right here at Gourd Lake, as you already know. A bunch of people were gathered to welcome the president of Zangfa.
Oh, you look more reasonable in this image.
Only a little bit, though.
Di Junwang. Yes, I read about his visit.
President of Zangfa visit. Rest of that's illegible. It's probably not actually related to anything.
Nagoya officials exclaim 20 city official in charge of health and welfare affairs. Yeah, it seems to be pieces of some random other articles. It's been all over the news for days now. Newspaper clipping JDA jotted down in my organizer. Special report about President Di Junwang. Okay.
It was raining until just before he landed. Luckily, it lit up and he went on stage as planned. And then, smack dab in the middle of his speech, bang! A gun goes off, and everybody runs for cover, terrified for their lives. Apparently.
Apparently?
The truth is, I only just showed up myself. I don't know a whole lot more than you do, sir.
You were summoned on short notice as well.
Sure was. Right in the middle of my day off.
I was at the office, taking advantage of the peace and quiet to prepare for my next case.
And then the boss himself calls you to the scene. Never a dull moment, huh, Mr. Edgeworth?
The boss?
Yeah, Chief Prosecutor was right here in the park. Saw the whole thing. First chance he got, he yelled at the top of his lungs. Get me Edgeworth right away. He's the only man for the job. Something like that.
I see. Loud car going down the alley. Not too loud, but notable. That's the problem with the window being right by my computer. Nice for some fresh air. Not so nice for noise.
Oh, they cordoned the Oh, they cordoned the perimeter of the park off. As soon as it happened, you'll be happy to know.
So our would-be assassin is still here somewhere. Good.
Now all you gotta do is find them in the middle of that crowd before they strike again.
Well, I suppose the first thing one should do is check for weapons. I might have disposed of it already. Check the surrounding area as well then. Couldn't have gotten too far. Bring some metal detectors out here. Alright. We don't know what else our culprit might be planning. These people are in danger. We don't have a moment to lose. Let's begin with the basics.
And search every inch of the crime scene for clues, no matter how insignificant they may seem.
Precisely. The president was shot at, which means the gun was involved. That's our first clue. Security was tight for President Wang's speech, but he was still shot at somehow. Alright, duly noted. Detective Gumshoe. How exactly was the security detail surrounding the president's speech organized?
Well, sir, our officers were mainly focused on securing the perimeter of the park. The president's people took charge of the rest. He has his own team of bodyguards. Let's see those guys over there? Maybe we should ask them a few questions.
If I want to talk with them, I need to walk over and press A. I want to look at other stuff first.
Sir, okay. The president's bodyguards are in front of the plane.
Ah, so they are. Just walk up to the bodyguards, okay. We're in tutorial mode, we can't do other things. Can I help you? You're one of the president's bodyguards, correct? Could you tell me how security detail was arranged during the speech?
Two of our senior operatives were attached to the president. The rest secured the stage. This isn't our first rodeo. Anything suspicious in that crowd and we would have spotted it right away.
I see. So the president's security was tightly orchestrated for the duration of his speech. The president's security detail was on the watch throughout for anything suspect. Let's investigate further. We should speak with other witnesses and continue to look over the crime scene. We can't afford to leave any stone unturned.
So that's how y'all go about it, huh? Sure is something seeing the pros at work. Care to share a little about what happens to that information once you got a hold of it?
Bystanders. This one seems persistent, but I can't afford to get distracted.
Seems like... Hey, Ruffles, I asked you a question, dang it! What happens next? Well, we put all the information together and try to find connections. Right, sir?
Detective!
Oh, don't be so hard on the poor guy. So, connections, you say? And, what next? Well, I guess you'd say we connect the dots. Connect one piece of information to another. It's Mr. Edgeworth's forte. He's a logic master.
I can view what information I have with LB and then connect them with Y. I'm sure this is very useful if you've gone for a while between the games, but I have not. I should try it now. Just a quick press of LB and we'll be off down the path of logic. Okay, I guess. President was shot at, event security, the only things I have. Suppose you're going to be like, the bodyguards are potentially suspects? Or maybe something else? Despite the president's tight security, the perpetrators still managed to carry out their attack. Completely undetected by a contingent of highly trained bodyguards, no less. No mean feat. This would have taken some serious planning. In other words, the assassination attempt was almost certainly premeditated. I think most of them are. I feel like you don't see some random president of another country show up and be like, I've got a gun, I know what to do. Like, that's not something that just happens.
That's the stuff, Mr. Edgeworth. The old logic never fails, huh? Zuko, don't scratch my chair. What are you doing? Yes, hello, my fluffy baby. Do you want to go sit in the window? No? Yeah, that door is shut. You can go the other way.
My cat is here. Indeed, all we need to do is find the right clues and make the right connections between them. Make the wrong connections, however, and will only wind up further from the truth. Which means I must make well-reasoned connections if I intend to draw logical conclusions. Alright. Begin investigation. Gourd Lakeside Stage.
Let's get this investigation started. Time to examine anything that looks suspicious.
To examine things, I simply need to walk up to them and press A. And if I wish to speak with the detective, I should use Y. Yeah, I never used that function because I figured it was like the hint system with Maya and whatever at the place. No.
I was surprised as you, sir, but there's no mistaking it.
It's the Steel Samurai. Steel Samurai, warrior of Neo Old Tokyo. It's a popular TV show. Old, young, doesn't matter. Truly has something for everyone.
Beats me why they had a Steel Samurai balloon at a welcome party for a foreign president.
It is a little odd. Although now that I think about it, what better hero to represent our nation? I must scour the scene and inspect anything that catches my attention. Hands over here, tree, samurai, there's a hole in the flag.
Breaks your heart, don't it?
It does. What villainy could have befallen him?
Witnesses said he popped right about when the gun went off.
Which would strongly suggest that a bullet struck the balloon.
Looks like we got a case of a cold-blooded samurai murder on our hands.
This is sacrilege. It won't rest until the culprit has been apprehended. Detective, we cannot let this vile assassin escape.
We won't, sir. You can count on it.
Some samurai balloon data. Short it down. Started out floating to the right of the lakeside stage, but has since been popped. Okay. Hole in the flag. It's the flag of Zhengfa. The key motif is a blazing red phoenix. Wait, what's this?
Something the matter, sir?
Car. You don't see it, detective. There's something unusual about this flag. Compare it with the one on the other side of the stage, if you will.
Yeah, most flags don't have holes in them. Oh, that's a beauty right there. Just look at it flopping in the wind. It's immaculate.
Exactly. which is how a flag should be. And yet, here we see quite a different picture. One thing in particular stands out, don't you think?
Right, of course. Is it, I give up. Come on, spill the beans.
You can lead a horse to water. You'll just have to move the cursor to problematic spot and highlight the difference with Y.
Okay.
Take that!
Look closely. Do you see the hole?
Whoa, look at that. You're right, sir.
Looks like a pretty big hole. It might just be sized up to be more apparent to the player. Note the burn marks around the edges. It's a bullet hole. There's no mistaking it. Burn marks, they must have been pretty close.
A bullet hole? So you're saying a bullet went through the flag?
I think I've gathered enough information for the moment. I'm gonna put the pieces together and see what we can figure out. Flowers. These flowers are in full bloom. They look exotic, but I don't know the species.
My favorite flowers are maybe roses? Yeah, roses and lilies. Roses make me think of weddings. Romance. And lilies, well, that's funerals, I guess. Sad, but part of life, you know.
It's no coincidence that both types of occasions tend to feature a free buffet, I imagine.
Come on, sir, that's not fair.
Say you want to piece things together, but there's more things to look at. So the president had a nasty surprise while he was giving his speech.
Same thing happened to me when I was a kid. Right in the middle of a public speaking contest. There I was, hammering away, when all of a sudden, earthquake almost jumped out of my skin.
That sounds terrifying. Even the word earthquake makes me queasy.
But you were listening, Mr. Edward? I thought you were ignoring my little aside, like always.
Hello. Is the officer here taking pictures of Detective?
The wicked will be crushed beneath the righteous hammer of justice. Well, looks like he's reading off these papers here, Mr. Edgeworth. Rose speech tips number 3. Speak slowly and confidently to win your audience around. Hey, this is good stuff. Better get a shot of this one, too.
Instead of focusing on that speech, how about you focus on your work instead, officer? Have you found anything of note, officer?
No, sir. Not a thing. No fingerprints, no footprints, nothing. That is to say, none that stand out, sir. Not after everybody touched and walked over everything.
Detective Gumshoe, did he sound pleased about having no evidence to catalog?
I'll, speak to his commanding officer about it, sir. Salary review's coming up soon and all.
There's a bright red balloon bobbing on the surface of the lake.
Reminds me of sending balloon letters back when I was a kid. You write a letter, see? Then you tie it to a balloon and send it floating off to see if somebody writes back.
That's quite an ingenious idea. And did anybody write back?
No. You kinda need a balloon that actually floats first.
That's where your plan fell apart. You got anything else to say? Is the president okay?
I'm not at liberty to share that information with local law enforcement. What did you just say to him? You let us on that plane, pal, or you just might regret it.
Sorry, I can't let you do that.
No one respects the badge anymore.
Suppose this is something of an international incident. All the more reason to find the killer as soon as we possibly can.
Okay.
And he said we should be able to put things together, so... Brave the same bullet. There's a bullet hole in the flag, and it seems highly likely the balloon was pumped by a bullet too.
Which means 2 shots were fired, right, sir?
Possibly even 3. The president was shot at as well, remember?
Not quite what I was thinking.
I was just thinking they'd be at an angle to hit both of them. Although, an angle to hit the balloon and the flag close enough to leave bird marks would be... How close is that? You have to be for that to work. I think the last game mentioned there weren't any, so it had to be on something. So there had to be at least 3 meters of space, I think they said. Which is about 9.5 feet, a little more than that. Possibly even 3. The president was shot as well, remember? Equally, the hole in the flag and the hole in the balloon could have been made by the same bullet. What we need to know is how many gunshots there were. Investigation complete. Alright, on with the
Ruffles! Ruffles! Don't figure something out, huh? Care to share?
Who exactly is she? Why does she keep shouting at us?
Rubbernecker, I guess. Seems pretty interested in the case.
Looks like she's got a camera case. Maybe she's got pictures.
Come on, give me something here.
We do need to speak with some witnesses to find out how many gunshots there were. Fine, let's see if she can tell us anything.
There y'all are.
Why are you dressed like a sponsored racer or something?
Tabby Lloyd, Hatch Service. I'm looking into the case for, well, just for me right now, but...
Looking into the case? Miss Lloyd, was it? Miss Lloyd, there's something I'd like to ask you.
Well, what can you tell me? Any exclusive details you want to share? How about the perp? Haven't made any demands. What about them there Ruffles? Where's a feller by a cravat like that?
Hold it!
Well, you be quiet for a moment. I'll be asking the questions here.
Dang. Here, I thought I could get me some juicy for my piece.
You need to know about the shooting. Can you tell me how many gunshots you heard?
I most certainly cannot.
I beg your pardon?
I can't just be handing out leads for free. That's just my livelihood. Come on, don't hold out on us. We all gotta share sometimes. Me hold out on you. Well, if y'all are gonna be like that, I'll be moving right along. Goodbye. Wait. Wait for what exactly, huh? Huh? You got nothing for me? I'm gone. We're fresh out of moves here.
Out of moves, I wouldn't be so sure.
What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth?
As you know, Detective, I like to play a little chess. And what does one do in chess when an opponent adopts a defensive position? Why, the board offers any number of options, but some are more effective than others.
Sorry, sir, but this is all going way over my head.
No matter how impenetrable an opponent's defense may seem, it can always be overcome. Watch and learn, Detective, as I shatter my opponent's resolve with the power of words. When attempting to draw out an entrenched opponent, one must employ certain tactics. Let's picture the board and see if we can anticipate our adversary's next move. Hi, this is a new thing. Now we must analyze the state of play. I hope you don't expect me to do chess. I'm not good at that.
Y'all ain't getting nothing out of me. Not until you give me something in return.
My opponent has dug herself in deep. Her defense won't be easily broken. We have a pawn and a... bishop, maybe? A king. And I can't afford to try her patience by taking too long to plot my next move. In other words, I must be conscious not just of my strategy, but also the passing of time. That said, I can't afford to waste words either. In fact, it can pay dividends not to. If my opponent gets too agitated...
You're fixing to ask me something. Will you dang well ask it already?
I may be able to gain a tactical advantage by calmly biding my time. Then, when I see a crack in my opponent's armor, I pounce. I should begin by finding out what it is that she does. Alright, time to make my opening gambit. I feel like it's pretty clear she's some sort of aspiring reporter or something. Fine, chess commence. Why don't you begin by telling me about what it is that you do?
Sure, or I could totally not do that. I don't know when to keep my mouth shut. That's my job. That's my job.
Is it now? So you do something you won't or can't tell anybody about.
Shut up, I ain't no lawbreaker if that's what you're insinuating. I'm a law-abiding, everyday citizen. Got no reason to say otherwise.
Forgive me, but nothing by it. If it's something you can't tell me about, I imagine it must be very important work indeed.
Huh? Well, sure, I guess. All these ways it will be once I bag me my first big scoop.
I see. It's a scoop you're after. So you're a journalist, is that correct?
Dang. Sure, I'm your friendly neighborhood reporter. The hungriest cub on the beat.
That's the mystery of what she does for a living solved. Perhaps our hungry young cub has gathered information vital to the case. Let's make that our next line of inquiry. Wandering feels good. With the opening moves concluded, the mid-game approaches. What else does she have to tell us? Straightforward enough. At the time of the incident, were you present at the scene of the crime?
Come on now, Ruffles. You ain't gonna give little Tabby something first?
Absolutely not.
And I ain't giving you nothing either. Think I'm a sucker? Think again. Come on. This is my career we're talking about here. You gotta give me something.
Sadly, the more you know, the more you might find yourself in danger.
I ain't scared. I'm a pro. Takes more than the sound of a little gunfire to faze me.
You may be a pro, as you put it, but I'd say you're still a little wet behind the ears. Say you heard gunfire, which proves you were here at the time of the crime. Therefore, you must have seen something.
Double dang. Fine, I was here. I saw it. Came to report on the big speech. Wound up reporting on a shooting. You won't get no more out of me than that. I'm done with your tricks, Ruffles.
She came to report on the event. Must have made a record of some kind. A record I would very much like to get my hands on. This is quite the clue as to where to take the conversation next.
What?
You're a reporter, which means you must have been making a record of some kind.
You got more questions? You gotta give me something first. That's a deal.
I'm not in the habit of making deals. Now tell me what I need to know.
Sorry, Ruffles, can't help you.
Time to deploy my clue. No self-respecting reporter would leave the house without a means of putting things on the record. So tell me, Miss Lloyd, where is yours?
Of course I made a record. I told you I'm a pro. Dang near wore my shoes out running around on this one. Which is why I'm not about to just hand it over to the first person who asks me.
I am not just anyone, young lady. I am the prosecutor in charge of this case.
Don't you young lady me, you ain't getting it. No matter how many times you ask. You understand, don't you, Ruffles? Ain't nothing personal.
I understand that your job's a difficult one.
You do? Well, ain't that sweet.
And in such a competitive field, you must sometimes doubt that you'll ever succeed.
No, I'll go plenty far. I'm sure of it. Yeah. Just as long as I got my trusty tape recorder, I'll always be ready to nab me a scoop. Hey, partner, this ain't no time for the silent treatment, you hear? I'm a busy woman.
Seems like I misjudged that one. It's more effective to find my time the more agitated or upset my opponent seems. When they're vulnerable, that's the time to go on the verbal offense.
Oh, shoot.
Reporter. Okay, it's repeating. You have. Intriguing. A young reporter hungry for success. So dedicated to her craft, and to leave such an important event unrecorded would be unthinkable. And indeed, she did not. She committed the entire event to tape.
Dang it! This is my scoop you're messing with! My big break! Fine, sure, I recorded the whole dang thing. It's all right here. You got me, okay?
Checkmate.
Okay, cool. You're something else, Ruffles. I was trying to be all strong and silent, but you had me singing like a canary.
Never mind that. Let's place the tape. This should finally tell us how many shots were fired.
Fine, you could hear it, but I got conditions. You played me like a fiddle, Ruffles. Only Chief ever played me so good. So you gotta agree to be Chief number 2. And be mentor to a rising star, aka me. Chief number 2, huh? Kinda like a second parent? That's a big responsibility, sir. One more thing. I want exclusive reporting rights for the first 24 hours. Come on, you gotta say yes. What kind of mentor wouldn't give a star pupil the exclusive, huh?
She is a difficult woman to refuse. And I need to hear that recording. 24 hours is more than I can promise, but the story's yours until the case is solved.
And the job of Chief number 2?
I think not.
Ah, you're no fun. But I guess a girl can't have everything. All for the sake of the scoop, huh? Alright, you got yourself a deal. I got exclusive access starting right this second, Ruffles.
Good. Then our first order of business is to listen to that tape.
Alright.
must have a voice of some sort. What's he look like again? Like that? Honored friends and allies. Honored friends and allies, I'm here today to deliver a message. You, these criminals that dogged my beloved nation, are no more. The president's speech. The president passionately addresses the assembled crowd, as if trying to shake off the reports of his declining popularity by sheer force of will.
Oh. Ah, there's me. Can't beat a little live commentary to set the scene.
That's not how he's reading that at all.
The meeting is scheduled for just after the speech, correct? He seems pretty pleased to be able to put the whole Yatakarasa situation behind him. As well he should be. It's a great day for all of us.
Oh no. Great, good job. Whose voices are these? Other people, apparently.
Oh, there was these two old guys standing right in front of me. They were whispering to each other the whole dang time.
Darn. Why? Oh my goodness. That's the garbage truck. That's the problem with the window being open. I don't want to shut it, so I want the air. I also don't want to hear that loud. I also don't want to get up to get it. It's like behind basket I got over the modem to keep the cat off of it. That is only marginally better on here. How long am I gonna be there, maybe? Guess I'll just have to get up and open it back up once they leave. Ah. I know their voices from somewhere. Great. That's so loud. You wanna come see the garbage truck? I know you like to watch it. Are you over there? Alright. Princess, please. Yeah, I have that shut right now to keep the noise down. I'll open it back up once they leave. I know their voices from somewhere.
Wait. The part where the gun goes off is right after this. The president thrusts his fist into the air as the excitement reaches fever pitch.
The battle against evil rages on. Here today I make you this solemn promise. We shall crush the wicked with the righteous hammer of justice.
What the?
Alright. Miss Lloyd's tape data jotted down on my organizer. Recording the president's speech, 2 gunshots can clearly be heard. Pretty close together. If we can get angles on them, we could tell how many people there were. If they came from the same place or different ones. So, 2 shots were fired.
Yep, and that tells us something.
something very important indeed. It allows us to deduce the trajectory of one of our bullets. One of the 2 shots fired, one hit the president.
There goes the garbage truck.
That's a different truck than it usually is. Did they get new ones, or is that some other company?
Out of there.
Better not build up too much heat in here. Of the 2 shots fired, one hit the president. Which means the other must have passed through both the flag and the balloon in that order. Which, as you can see, allows us to deduce the position of our shooter. The only possible place from which a bullet could have been fired through the flag and the balloon is... Let's see. Oh, this has like 8 directional movements. Here-ish. Here-ish? That's like right up front.
Take that!
Here. Yes, there's no doubt about it. This is where our shooter was standing. Maybe out in the rest of the crowd, actually.
You sure about that, Ruffles? Watch your mouth, kid. Mr. Edgeworth's powers of deduction never fail. Takes the evidence, puts it together, uses logic, and bam, out comes the truth every time. Can't wait to hear the logic behind this one. Well, sir, how'd you do it? Sir?
One moment, yes, no.
It's alright, Ruffles. I'll make mistakes.
I picked the wrong spot. Okay, I guess they could have been in the rest of the crowd. Draw a straight line along the path of each bullet. The line should converge on a single point. I mean... I guess he could have been standing here-ish. It doesn't really matter where this guy was hit from, because you can kind of reach that from anywhere. Just over in this side, I guess.
Take that!
Drawing a line between the flag and the balloon gives us the trajectory of one of our bullets. And places our shooter on the left-hand side of the spectator area. Bullet trajectory data jotted down organizer. Extrapolations from bullet trajectories suggest that the 2 shots were fired from the left side of the spectator area. Everything's good over here. Yes. This is functioning, right? Yeah. Just checking everything, making sure it's all working. Put this back.
You're a genius, Mr. Edgeworth.
Detective Gumshoe, I'll need to examine the left side of the spectator area.
Roger that, sir. So you need me to clear all those people out of the way, I guess.
I do, and what evidence remains to be found may already be deteriorating, so I'll need you to be quick about it.
Yes, sir. Chief. Hey, I'm talking to you, Chief.
Suppose you mean me, Miss Lloyd?
I surely do. Gotta let me help out. This stuff's my forte. I'm the best crowd herder you ever did see. I'll prod, pummel, and push him wherever you'd like.
A very kind offer, but I think a less hands-on approach might be preferable. Also, about this chief business, I am nobody's chief.
Whatever you say, Mr. Edgeworth, sir. Your wish is my command.
I somehow doubt that. Off he goes.
Here you go, sir. It's all ready for you. Miss Lloyd, you cleared everybody out just like that. You should have seen it. Oh, you ain't seen nothing. Chief, my other chief, that is. She sends him running twice as quick.
She sounds like quite a formidable character. Perhaps I should go easier on the poor girl. Thank you, but you really shouldn't have. While not running around, your clothes are covered in mud. Allow me to pay for the cleaning. It's the least I can do.
Huh? You mean my jacket? Oh, don't you be worrying your pretty little head about that. It's reversible. All you gotta do is switch it around and alakazam. No more dirt.
And then there's dirt on you. On the outside, perhaps. You'd still have something of a problem with the inside.
We're ready to get back to the investigation whenever you are, sir.
The crowd has trampled the entire area. We'll have to find any traces of our shooter at all.
Is there snow on the ground, or is this water?
I feel like my joystick's getting, like, stuck.
You see anything? You got cameras set up. Man, the lens is cracked. What am I gonna do? Circuit board's hanging out. The whole thing's spitting sparks. Okay, someone took it out ahead of time. It's like a fireworks show in there. Probably not a good idea to touch it, I guess. Definitely not. Fireworks can be deadly, right, sir?
This isn't exactly rocket science, detective. The cameraman is clearly otherwise occupied. Perhaps I can talk to him later.
What is this on the ground?
Hi, Ollie-Ball. Please do not step on my keyboard, thank you.
Man.
The television truck appears to be stuck in the mud. I didn't mess up my wire, no.
Reminds me of the time I pushed your car out of that ditch, sir. Then you just drove away and left me there. Gotta admit, it felt kinda lonely.
Did I do that? I think I might have.
You came back though, Mr. Edgeworth. Only left me there in the mud for maybe 15 minutes. I know you'd never forget about me, sir.
Of course I wouldn't. Barring those 15 minutes, anyway.
You even gotta pick through the trash yourself. Prosecutor's life ain't easy, huh?
Detective Gumshoe.
Right away, sir. Faithful detective scrabbles through the garbage as the prosecutor looks on, his hands unblemished. Let's see now. Come to Papa Little Treasures.
Is he enjoying himself?
Bingo! Popsicle stick! I love the jokes they put on these.
Detective.
Sorry, sir. Relevant evidence. Relevant evidence. Huh? I think we got something.
Good work, detective. Let's take a closer look, shall we? By examining a piece of evidence from all angles, we can uncover hidden details.
We sure can. Just tell me which way you want it, sir.
We can rotate the item with right stick.
And if you want, I can move it closer further away, too.
Use LB to examine an object up close, and RB to move out for the bigger picture.
And when you spot something, just say the word.
I can point out suspicious areas with the cursor and press A to inspect them more closely. Alright, let's see what we can discover. But that same type thing is on Lloyd's jacket. That seems to be all to look at, too. Gun! Sure, also paper. This is a document of some kind. Let's cover for Lakeside now. Eyes on this area. Awkward positioned in light of Knight's injury. Knight 2 is immediately escort President to plane in case of emergency. Stay frosty. We know who might be in the audience. Interesting. Definitely plans.
What are we looking at here? Presidential security plan? It's a diagram of the president's security arrangements.
Shows how the president's bodyguards were positioned.
It even has his people's names on it.
Huh?
Rook and Knight.
Those sound more like code names, but sure. So his bodyguards aren't natives of Zingfall.
I heard he uses some private security firm.
Why not employ people from his own country?
I know why not. Y'all want to hear a little tabloid exclusive?
You really know something.
Sure I do. I was over at their embassy not too long back, sniffing out a story. While I'm there, one of my sources tells me that the president's got more enemies than you got hairs on your head. Including a bunch of bigwigs in the National Police Force.
Interesting. So he's unable to trust his own domestic law enforcement. I wonder if one of these enemies could have been behind the attempt on his life. Security plan data jotted down in my organizer. A diagram of the president's security arrangements, almost certainly classified.
But what was it doing dumped there in the bag?
We still need to go back and look at the bag, because there was a gun in it. I feel like that might have been the first thing one would notice, but whatever. You raise an interesting point. It's a document relating to a matter of national security. It would surely be highly classified.
Huh? Hey, there's something else in here.
My. Got a scope on it.
Burn. What's a gun doing in there? Sir, it's bag. It's gotta belong to the...
Yes, could well have been disposed of by our would-be assassin. Revolver. Would have taken a lot of nerve to dump it here amid all the chaos. Found in a trash can, not easy to acquire in this country. This be the work of a professional.
That would explain the security plan, too.
I think we need to take a very close look on our latest find. How many bullets? Does look like 2 shots were fired. 2 spent bullets in the cylinder, matching the 2 gunshots heard on the recording.
That proves it! This must be the weapon that was used.
Careful fingerprints. This part is called the grip. I've held a few guns in my time, but they never felt quite right in my hand. This one is no exception. That doesn't help. Oh, it's a laser. This is a laser sight.
It can be lined up with a target to make aiming a bit easier. Press this here. Yep, definitely a red laser.
The assassin used a laser sight to target the president. Attached to the gun that was used in the attempt shines a red laser. Would have been noticeable, but if you're quick about it, that wouldn't matter so much. Revolver data jotted down. Found in a trash can on the left side of the spectator area, fitted with a laser sight, 2 spent bullets.
That bag was a real find, huh? Just goes to show a bag in the hand is worth 2 in the trash.
Nice work, detective. Now, there's something else I'd like to ask of you, if you don't mind. I need you to take the bag and the gun to forensics and see if they can find any prints.
On it, sir.
A good set of fingerprints could really help this investigation along.
Got the results for you, sir.
That was quick.
You bet it was. Told the techs it was super high priority. But, they came up empty.
They checked everywhere.
Inside and outside, top to bottom, sir. They even took the bullets out of the gun and dusted them.
I should have known it wouldn't be that easy.
What?
Why is there a sign labeling left and right? This wooden sign looks almost brand new. I imagine it was placed here recently.
What's it say? 50 yards to the Gordy Museum? And 70 yards to the... Ugh, never mind.
What's the matter, detective? Just read it, will you?
70 yards to the boathouse.
Feels like a million years since that whole story affair unfolded. Sorry. Feels like a million years since that whole sorry affair unfolded. Fond memories, detective.
Yeah, fond memories, sir.
It's definitely not what it says. Where I can see it, but whatever. What are you here for?
Well, this is quite the situation, wouldn't you say, Mr. Edgeworth?
Who is he again?
It's Payne, Mr. Edgeworth. Winston Payne. We work together at the prosecutor's office.
He's a prosecutor? What brings you here today, Mr. Payne?
What indeed? Why, only the invitation of the chief prosecutor himself.
His voice, I recognize from the tape recording. Was he one of the men who was standing in front of Miss Lloyd? Where's the chief prosecutor?
He had to leave, I'm afraid. He's a busy man. I let him, and only him, out through the recording.
So he had me summoned on short notice and then left before I even showed up. Rude.
Okay. You pretty donkeys.
You're with one of the news channels?
Yeah, can I help you?
You must have footage of the event. Do you mind if I take a look?
Wish I could help you, but that might be a little tricky. And why is that? Huh, pal? You got a problem with doing your civic duty or something?
No, it's just that my camera was knocked over in all the panic.
Now I can't get it to work.
That footage would have helped immensely.
Just our luck.
I mean, what's it stored on? Even if you can't get it to work right here, you can extract the data, pull out the tape or the SD card or whatever it is you're using.
Who is this?
What the? You look like you need a little help, Mr. Edgeworth. I don't know who this is. I know that voice. Oh. Kay. Why did you run all the way around?
Honestly, I leave you alone for 2 seconds. Don't worry, your hero's here to save the day. That's right, the one, the only Kay Faraday.
Hero? Only you would give yourself a title like that. You're not a great thief anymore.
Not right now. It's not like I quit, I'm just on sabbatical. I'm taking time out for some intensive training. Being the second Yatakarasu doesn't come easy.
He helped me out on a few occasions about 2 weeks ago when I was working on a case. 2 weeks ago. Edgeworth is very busy. The case of the Yatakarasu, a mysterious thief who seemed to appear and disappear at will, and who claimed to only steal the truth. She calls herself the second Yatagarasu, the successor to the so-called Great Thief.
There's not a lock I can't open or a trap I can't escape. And when it comes to stealing, well, I'm still in training, but I'll get there soon enough.
What are you doing here, Kay?
What do you think I'm doing? I'm enjoying the festivities, of course.
I suppose she did mention being fond of such things.
And afterwards, I was thinking of dropping by your office to see you guys, but now I don't have to. Good to see you, kiddo. You're bright and cheery. You're as bright and breezy as ever. Hey, Gummy, how you been? You're looking pretty full of beans yourself.
So, okay. We're really here to save the day.
Yep. Prepare your jaw to hit the floor. Your best pal in the world. Your best pal in the world here only went and took pictures of the whole shebang.
Did you now? Then you'd better show them to me.
How? Your jaw didn't even drop an inch. What's a girl gotta do to impress you, huh? I know, right? Mr. Prosecutor's here. Mr. Prosecutor here is just about as fun. Mr. Prosecutor here is about as much fun as a dang toothache. Won't even let me call him Chief. Oh, but I'm forgetting my manners. Tabby Lloyd, ace reporter at your service. Nice to meet you, Tabby. You're right, he's no fun at all. This one time,
You two can chat later. Okay, can I see those pictures? Bit awkward that she's got like text all over her shirt. She's not on screen now, but when she's flipped, it does not flip the text.
Oh, fine here. Whoa.
Why's that guy got Nendo hair? Like from the disastrous life of Psyche Kane. Not so much the rest of his face, but his hair.
I took this one right when the gun went off.
That guy get shot through the head, or? Although if it went right when the gun went off. Hard to say till we actually get to see the guy. Suppose with the injury mentioned, that would be Rook. Standing on the... Or was... I don't remember. Wouldn't that say... Knight's injury? No. Okay, I see.
Took this one right when the gun went off.
Loading up their briefcases. I guess they work as shield or something.
It was total chaos. People running everywhere.
The president and his 2 bodyguards. The names on the security plan were Knight and Rook, I think. What's that? Thank you indeed, Kay. I think you've provided us with a vital clue.
Oh, wait, your eyes just lit up like a pair of dang Christmas trees. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, care to tell the readers what you spotted?
A contradiction.
Huh? What now? I don't see nothing strange.
Allow me to show you. This picture shows the moment of the incident, but a piece of evidence shows something different. I need to highlight the point of contradiction, and then employ my powers of deduction. First, find the contradiction in the photograph. Yes, this is it. I'll simply press Y to make my deduction. Okay, well, I'd like to have it better, but whatever. Now to present the evidence that proves the contradiction. Guess the angle.
Eureka!
No. Not the angle. Just kind of looks like it's hitting head on, but it's clearly a contradiction here.
If you say so, sir. I can't see anything myself.
You don't see it, something so obvious. That's a contradiction in itself.
Miss Dredgeworth, you know, if you made a mistake, you can just tell me, don't you?
Mistake? I've done no such thing. And I'll prove it to you. I've already located what's contradictory between the photograph and the evidence. I'm gonna present the evidence that proves the contradiction. The gun.
Eureka!
What are you talking about? What's wrong with the dot on his forehead? That must be what they're pointing out, but what's the problem here? I mean, she said that it was when the gun went off. Not sure I understand what it's trying to
Eureka!
say. What are you talking about? Oh my hell. I don't know what it's What are you talking about?
Eureka!
Hey, no! What do you mean? I must be missing something. Is there something wrong with him? Is this just a... Is the guy messed up? Yes. Okay. Just like suspiciously different looking man. Not something I noticed. Look closely at the picture in the book. Look closely at the picture of the president in this newspaper clipping, if you would, Miss Lloyd. And look at Kay's photograph. Compare the two carefully.
Oh, what am I looking for here? Well, I'll be.
Indeed, there's something on the president's forehead. Something that wasn't there in the other picture. What are you talking about? The laser sight? Oh,
What is that? Some kind of birthmark? Yeah, guy's got a big red birthmark right in the middle of his forehead.
are you all dumb? What are you talking about? I highly doubt a birthmark just sprang up there since the other picture was taken.
Did he get bitten by a bug then, maybe? Yeah, that's it. That right there's a big old bug bite. Here, I thought it was something important. Look on your face.
You should know that the road to the truth is paved with just seemingly trivial details. Okay. So the problem there was I wasn't thinking simplistically enough, apparently. I was just immediately like, ah yes, the laser sight, I see. Anyway. But they're like, no, you have to figure out that it's the laser sight. You can't just know. You have to think about it. And I'm like, I don't though.
Oh, again with the face. Alright. Duly noted, Chief.
A photograph, jot it down. Photograph the president, exact moment the incident occurred. Very useful. Why you do this?
Hey, Mr. Edgeworth.
Hi.
Did you like my big entrance? Bet I really am your hero now, huh?
Well, your evidence helped things along, certainly.
I'm the second Yantagarasu, remember? All in a day's work. Kinda wish I could have showed you how far I've really come with the whole great beef thing, well.
The training you mentioned. About that.
Don't worry, I haven't stolen anything yet. I promise. So the whole great thief thing is just on hold. For now, anyway.
That's a relief, I suppose.
Yeah, I wanted to get out there and start stealing back the truth like my dad. But I've still got a ways to go with my training. And I need to find some partners in crime.
I hope she means that figuratively.
I can't be the only girl in the world that can pull off the most daring heists ever attempted.
True, but not many people are looking to pull off a career in larceny either, I'd wager.
Yep, no doubt about it. If you compare the pic I took to the newspaper clipping, the red birthmark stands out like a sore thumb. That's a contradiction, alright.
Indeed, I very much doubt it's due to a birthmark suddenly appearing.
Oh, that reminds me. I might have to steal that line of yours. The road to the truth is paved with seemingly trivial thefts.
Funny, I don't remember that being the exact sequence of words I used.
Why just rob a house when you can rearrange the furniture too?
I may call it rearranging, but I call it irretrievably corrupting. Okay. Do you say you attended today's ceremony in order to gather material for an article of some kind?
You bet I did. It ain't the kind of thing that happens every day.
And when did the ceremony begin?
Right after the rain stopped. You got lucky. It's raining all morning before that.
Okay, so those are puddles on the ground, I see.
Anyhow, President's plane touched down right around 1:45. And the speech started at 2 on the nose.
What about the shooting?
Must have been maybe 20 after.
So 20 minutes after the ceremony began.
Yeah, the shots rang out, tearing through the air that only moments before had been alive with cheers. Then, tragedy, the president dropped to the floor, felled by an unknown assassin's bullet. It's 2:25 on March 25th, and I've been reporting to you live from the scene here at Gourd Lake.
What was that all about?
Sorry, just making some notes, just making some voice notes. Gotta get those ideas down the second they come into the old noggin, you know? Ain't every day you get to report on the assassination of a president, after all. It's dramatic, it's emotional. It's got everything I need to write an article that puts the readers right there on the scene.
And did the president really drop to the floor?
Officers on the scene said his bodyguards escorted him straight onto the presidential plane. Hey, y'all can't blame me for getting a little carried away now, can ya?
I'd better take any testimony she gives with a good-sized pinch of salt.
Stop it. call me a reporter and all. It's kind of weird when somebody else says it. Still, Abby Lloyd, reporter at large, does have kind of a ring to it, don't you think?
You are a reporter, correct?
Sure am. Reporter in training.
If you even had any articles published.
Fixing to look up my work, huh? Well, that might be tricky.
And yet, you call yourself a reporter nonetheless.
Well, I soon will be, won't I? This right here is a big ol' scoop, no mistake about it. And I got the whole dang thing, on tape. Didn't miss a second. It's all thanks to my trusty mic, my even trustier tape machine. I'm about to set the journalistic world on fire, just like my mentor before me.
Mentor.
You know the chief, Ruffles. My mentor, my inspiration.
No, but you have mentioned her repeatedly.
Did I? Can't rightly say I remember.
What kind of reporter forgets a thing like that?
Well, it's just like the chief always says. You gotta treat information as irresponsibly as you can.
What kind of mentor says that?
Oh, you should have heard her the day she gave me this here tape machine. You be sure and bag yourself the juiciest, sleaziest scoops you can now, you hear?
Wonderful. You're the kind of reporter who sees fire even under the faintest trace of smoke.
Aw, I'm the kind of reporter who puffs on that fire till the smoke about chokes you.
How is that any better? Anyone over here want to talk? No. I guess we're meant to do this part. I have solved the mystery of the red birthmark.
Really? So it wasn't a bug bite?
No, what we're dealing with isn't something that would itch for a day and then disappear. It is in fact the beam of a laser sight.
Then our killer was aiming to shoot the president square in the forehead.
And shortly after this picture was taken, a second shot rang out.
Yeah, that's gonna do more than itch.
Indeed, fear the president may be even more danger than we thought. And that gun we found was the weapon used in the crime. Revolver data updated my organizer. Can you find gunpowder residue on people? Is that an option? I've seen that in Detective Conan, and only that. Still, I think it's a thing that exists. I don't think they make things up for that most of the time. At least in terms of solving actual cases and not the shrinking teenager. Found in a trash can on the left side of the spectator area, fitted with a laser sight, 2 spent bullets used in the attempt. Cool.
Why would the perp use a laser sight, though? He's right. He'd stand out like crazy using something like that. Pew, pew, pew. It's not like you can just go around shooting lasers all over the place.
No, and anyone who saw it could trace it right back to the shooter.
Seems like a pretty bad idea all around. Oh, I almost forgot. I took a couple more pictures. Maybe the laser sight's in one of them.
It's a long shot. It's a long shot, but it's worth a look at least. Alright, Kay, let's see these other pictures.
Yes, sir. Right away, sir. Let's see. First up, here's one I took just before everything started going south. Might be more useful to it.
Oh, it might be more useful to us if half of the frame wasn't taken up with your face.
How can you blame me for wanting to get a selfie with the president? Lucky for you, this was right before the gun went off.
Looks like Pain, and I suppose that other guy would be the chief prosecutor or whatever he was called. No one else stands out particularly.
And this one I showed you this one I showed you before is just after the first shot was fired. The second shot came just seconds after this. Then there's...
What's this? I can hardly see anything.
I got knocked over when everyone started running right after that last picture. Guess I must have pressed the shutter by accident.
Not sure this one's gonna be much use, kid. Yeah, we're taking a look anyway.
And that's all of them.
Okay, photograph updated. 3 photographs taken before, during, and after the shooting. Time to take a closer look. Let's examine the picture from before the shooting. Let's just go in order. Any hint of the laser sight here in this picture? I think that text box was covering this.
Take that!
There, I see it. That mean hoodie person has it? Not really anywhere else it could be coming from.
What is it, sir?
Look closely at the person with the red hood.
Whoa, there it is.
Yeah, I guess I must not have noticed it because the text box kind of covers it up. Indeed, there's our laser sight right there.
So that's our perp. The one in the red hood must be.
The shooter, yes.
We found them. All thanks to yours truly.
Indeed, you led us right to the greatest treasure of all, Miss Great Thief. The truth. So if I were them, I would have ditched the hood. At this point. You may have captured our would-be assassin in one of your other photos, too. Let's take another look. Our red-hooded suspect could be in another one of these photographs from... I suppose after. The during was all just a stage. This person with red hood here somewhere. Right back here.
Take that!
Look, right there.
A red jacket. That must be our suspect.
Looks like they took advantage of the confusion to make their getaway.
Luckily, we can see exactly where they were headed.
Oh, the samurai dog stand.
Precisely. Which means they escaped towards the right-hand side of the spectator area. Detective Gumshoe.
On it, sir. Consider it cleared.
Good. I'm counting on you. Oh, spooky. We have you now, my little Red Riding Hood. The entire park is cordoned off, and we know which way you went. Now it's simply a matter of hunting you down. Now, let us continue our investigation.
There's evidence here somewhere. All you have to do is find it.
Umbrella. Dango. Must scour the scene and inspect anything that catches my attention. These are nice lanterns. It's a flimsy-looking food stand made of plywood, and it sells samurai dogs.
Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, I've got $150 if, you know.
You're not actually suggesting I subsidize you eating on the job.
Oh, I didn't mean to. That is, maybe when we're done.
Fine. When we have finished investigating, you can have one. And only one. Understood?
Sorry, sir. Sorry. I never should have. Wait, did you say I could have one?
Yes. Why? Is something the matter?
No, it's just I wasn't expecting you to. Thanks, sir. Got a button.
What's this? Red
Red button. Hey, do you think?
Could have come from the hoodie. Could it have been dropped by a red-hooded suspect? Yes, it certainly seems likely. Not sure how. There's something red down there. Detective Gumshoe, can you see what that is under the stand, please?
There's something down here, alright. Let's see.
Be all wet. A red raincoat. This must be
The one the suspect was wearing.
They must have taken it off and hidden it under there before they made their escape. Red raincoat data jotted down. Seemingly discarded by the person in the red hood found under the samurai dog stand. Take your time to fold it up, though? Like, if it were crumpled and kicked under there, that'd be one thing, but it looked properly folded. Let's see. There's nothing unusual about the left sleeve.
Nope, it's not inside out and the button's still attached.
Seems entirely too neat to have been removed in a hurry and thrown on the ground. The sleeve, it's inside out. The button is missing too. Inside out button is missing. Okay. Don't see anything else to look at. Guess we can do this. The button. Okay, I guess we just gotta start with do it easy. Describe. It's new game. It start a new game. You have to do an easy thing. The button we found seems to have come from this raincoat. Must have been pulled loose when the killer took it off.
Oh, the right sleeve's inside out, too.
Seems it was removed in a hurry. Fast enough to tear a button off, no less. Sitting up different. I surmise our assassin disposed of their gun and bag in the trash immediately after shooting at the president. Then they slipped into the panicked crowd and moved from the left to the right side of the spectator area. This was because they knew the trajectory of the bullet would point to a shooter on the left side. Finally, they removed the raincoat and hid it under the samurai dog stand, which I suppose removes the possibility of getting any of that gunpowder residue thing. Not that that sort of thing's been brought up in this, but still. The killer would have needed to get rid of the coat as soon as possible, hence its hurried removal. The fact that the right sleeve is inside out is a testament to how quickly it was taken off.
Yep, that and the missing button.
The question is, of course, why didn't the same thing happen to the left sleeve?
Oh, yeah, only the right sleeve's inside out.
Indeed, and the button on the left sleeve is still securely attached.
So, what does this mean, Mr. Edgeworth?
I wonder if they weren't wearing the other sleeve? If we're to answer that question, Detective, we'll need to inspect the raincoat in more detail.
It's a bright red raincoat, sir. Red as red can be. The sight of it's getting me kind of fired up, I gotta say.
Like the raging bull, aren't you, Detective?
That's me, sir. I'm always ready to charge into action.
Yes, more to my defense. Zipper. Take a closer look at the inside of the raincoat. Detective Gumshoe.
Yes, sir.
Ooh, blood in there. This is the blood stain. Considering where it's located, I'd say the blood belongs to our would-be assassin.
So we're looking for someone with an injury.
Not just any injury, Detective. An injury on their left arm.
Huh? How do we know that?
It's simple. The right sleeve is inside out, suggesting that the suspect removed the raincoat in a hurry. Conversely, the left sleeve is just as we would expect it to be. Therefore, the suspect's left arm was never in the sleeve in the first place. Once we understand that, everything else falls into place. Now, Detective, there's a blood stain on the left side lining of the raincoat
Because the suspect's arm was too injured to fit through the sleeve.
Precisely. Or at least we can say that there is a good probability that that was the case. Data updated. Blood on the inside. Person who was wearing it must have an injured left arm. Interesting. The pieces are starting to fall into place. Investigation complete. Cool. Detective Gumshoe, I need you to go and search the crowd for likely suspects.
Yes, sir. Suspicious characters with injured left arms coming right up. You're even smarter than you look, Ruffles. Taking all them itty-bitty pieces and putting them together like that. You'll have your man in no time. That's Mr. Edgeworth for you.
The park is still cordoned off, so our would-be assassin should be in that crowd somewhere. Don't let me down, Detective Gumshoe. Didn't seem to come back with anyone. March 25th, 3:27 p.m., Gourd Lake Spectator Area. Can't you, like, get forensics to test the blood to see if you can find some DNA or something? It should have some. Might be messed up from all the mud it might have gotten, but it's probably okay. Give you something. March 25th, 3:27, Gourd Lake Spectator Area.
Mr. Edgeworth, we found someone who fits the bill perfectly, sir. Wait and nab the assassin, Gummy!
Hold on, Kay. It's a little soon to be jumping to conclusions. For the moment, they're a person of interest and nothing more. Understood?
Okay, no jumping. But he's our shooter. But he's our shooter, sir, I'm sure of it. He's the guy who tried to take out the president.
In broad daylight, surrounded by a crowd of witnesses. This is no ordinary assassin. Bring him over here, Detective. Carefully.
Yes, sir. Come on, boys, you heard Mr. Edgeworth.
Oh. Hi. An umbrella and a bandage on his left arm.
Well, pal, state your name already.
Doe. John Doe. Charmed, I'm sure. I don't remember what his voice was. It was lowish. John Doe. Not a name you often hear in real life. That's correct. I know this man from somewhere. I'm sure of it. And you are Prosecutor Edgeworth. You know my name. Of course, I've been following the day's developments with some interest. Now perhaps you'd care to explain why you've asked to speak with me. As you've been following our investigation, you're no doubt already aware of who we're looking for. So let me ask you, do you recognize this raincoat by any chance? Forgive me, I'm afraid I do not. I see. Well, I believe its owner to be the would-be assassin we are seeking. My, wasn't that just shocking? And the same would-be assassin happens to have an injured left arm. Just like you. Yeah, but I don't know if something wrapped up like that's gonna leave blood there. All I can tell you is that I had nothing to do with this unfortunate affair.
Two adversaries stare each other down, their eyes like deadly lasers. Care to tell the readers what happens next? A showdown, that's what. Battle of wits. Battle of words.
Dare I let him explain any further what he thinks the upcoming battle will entail? I'm guessing this is about the tutorial. Do I want to hear the tutorial? I doubt they changed anything, but just in case.
In a battle of wits, you never know if or when the other guy might be lying or just plain mistaken. But if you spot an inconsistency in a statement of theirs, you gotta present the evidence that proves it.
And to do that, I'll need to first open my organizer with RB and then press Y to present my evidence.
And what if there ain't no differences to find? And you change tack. Press for information and see what you can shake loose.
Indeed, I can press my opponent with LB.
Why don't you show us how it's done, Mr. Edgeworth? Stepping up to bat, our nation's top prosecutor.
Once I'm able to quietly gather my thoughts, yes. Doe's deposition. I can understand why whoever thought wore the raincoat would be of interest to you. If you have no proof that this person is injured as you claim, my left arm may be injured, but I can still use my right. When it started raining, I simply opened my umbrella. No raincoat required. So you contend that you were not wearing a raincoat, is that correct? It is. Is that so strange? Not everyone wears one, after all. I happen to prefer an umbrella.
Team raincoat over here. They're perfect for when a girl really needs to move. Heck, I don't use neither. Come rain, sleet, snow, or shine, it's my trusty parka every time.
Not exactly the line of inquiry I was hoping to pursue. You see, I am not your would-be killer. And I'm not in the habit of making baseless accusations, Mr. Doe. Please, I'm just a simple ice cream sip. Forgive me, my wound seems to become bleeding again in all the excitement. The owner of the raincoat is definitely our assassin. And said owner also has an injured left arm. I'm on to you, Mr. Doe. It's only a matter of time.
Hold it!
So you admit that whoever wore the raincoat is a person of interest? I know they are. I was able to follow most of your investigation from the spectator area. One never thinks one could get caught up in such an awful thing as an assassination. But you have no proof that this person's injured, as you claim.
Hold it!
So you'd like to see some proof that the owner of the raincoat has an injury? Certainly expect such a renowned prosecutor to have some. Still don't understand how you know who I am. Aren't you in the news sometimes?
Come on, Mr. Edgeworth, you're famous. He probably read about you in the newspaper.
I have also been observing you in your work, lest you forget. I don't believe a word he says. If I can prove he's lying, we'd be one step closer to apprehending our shooter. My left arm may be injured, but I can still use my right.
Hold it!
That looks like quite a serious injury, Mr. Doe. How long ago did it happen exactly? Oh, not long. That's all you were going to say on the subject. Oh, it certainly made serving ice cream more difficult. And stopped me from holding my umbrella while I work. When it started raining, I simply opened my umbrella. No raincoat required.
Hold it!
And yet, you don't seem to have an umbrella on you at the moment. Didn't the rain stop only a short while ago, just before the shooting? It did indeed. Remember, because I was suddenly inundated with customers. That was less than an hour ago. You tried to tell me you lost your umbrella in that short of a span of time. Yes, that is exactly what I'm trying to tell you. After all, it only takes a moment for someone to steal an umbrella, especially in a crowd of that size. That's entirely possible, I suppose. I had my umbrella when it was raining, Mr. Edgeworth. That is a fact.
And then he lost that umbrella to the crowd, huh? Yes, it's just one of those things.
Suppose you're going to tell me that his wound reopening is just one of those things, too?
Well, it kinda is. No.
The assassin's left arm is injured. As is Mr. Doe's. Why, it's even bleeding as we speak.
You're right, that is pretty suspicious.
Nonetheless, we need to find something concrete that will link Mr. Doe to the crime. Press RB to open my organizer and look over all the evidence again. Yes. I know what I'm doing. Look at his blood on it. You seem like a careful man, Mr. Doe. But not quite careful enough. After all, you left something behind. Something of vital importance. I'm afraid you must have been confused with somebody else. The coat did not belong to me. Or you claim to have some kind of proof to support your accusation. Your arm isn't troubling you too much, I hope. Her wound seems to be bleeding again. You'll survive. Well, I can't pretend it's not something of an inconvenience. I have my deepest sympathies. Because if it wasn't bleeding quite so badly, you could have perhaps made a clean getaway. What exactly are you insinuating? As we have already established, whoever wore the raincoat is injured. And now, I can prove that person was you. With this decisive piece of evidence.
All we have to do is get like a quick blood sample. We'll just like compare them.
You see, Mr. Doe, there is a small amount of blood on the inside of this raincoat. Blood that belongs to our assassin.
Goodbye. Attempted murder of a foreign leader. Causing a diplomatic incident? He'll throw the book at you.
You can give us the silent treatment all you like, but we don't need you to talk. A simple blood test will give us the answer we require. All it takes is for us to compare the blood on your bandages with that on the coat, and that will be that. We have the evidence. Why don't you make it easier on all of us and come clean? Admit that you were the one who attempted to assassinate the president of Zhengfa. I am not your assassin. You're stubborn, I'll give you that. But if this were a game of chess, you would already be in checkmate. Now do the honorable thing and admit defeat. He doesn't look like a man with no moves left to play. Very well. You have me. I'll admit it. I was wearing the raincoat.
He confessed! Say the word and I'll slap the cuffs on him right now.
But I did not shoot at the president.
What?
Mr. Edgeworth, the only thing you have proven is that I was wearing a particular raincoat. And as far as I'm aware, that is not a crime. That was deposition part 2. I am no assassin. I am a simple ice cream seller, one who happened to be wearing a red raincoat while watching the president speak. I was as surprised as anyone when his bodyguard sprang into action and the shots rang out. That's when the spectators panicked and started running and screaming for their lives. Now, are you finally satisfied that I'm telling the truth?
As if your story stinks. You don't scare me. The evidence is on our side, you know. Look, it's right there plain as day. The assassin. And they're wearing a red raincoat.
Intriguing, but that is not me.
Oh, come on.
Tell me, Mr. Edgeworth, you really think I was the only one in the entire park wearing a red raincoat today? I do, actually. But then why? Why does he seem so sure of himself?
Hold it!
Simple ice cream seller, but a knowledgeable one, I assume? On the subject of ice cream, at least. But of course, ask me anything you wish. I don't know the first thing about ice cream. You know what the, most important thing about making ice cream is, of course.
Mr. Edgeworth.
Why, the most important thing about making ice cream is to approach it with a virtuous heart. And what does virtue have to do with anything? Without proper reverence for the craft, I'm afraid all you will ever make are sweetened crystals of ice. There, I hope you now see. I am nothing more than an ice cream seller. One who happened to be wearing a red raincoat while watching the president speak.
Hold it!
Why a raincoat? Why were you not using an umbrella? Is it so strange? It was a rainy morning. Most people were wearing a jacket of some kind. Well, I'd say it's a pretty strange choice considering you couldn't get one of your arms into it. Better that than have one of my hands occupied by an umbrella. I had ice cream to serve after all. And why go through to such lengths to avoid testifying to that effect in the first place? Forgive me, I simply hadn't remembered until now. It's been an eventful day after all. Eventful. Well, I hardly know what else to call it, Mr. Edgeworth. The president of Zangfa was shot at. I was as surprised as anyone when his bodyguard sprang into action and the shots rang out.
Hold it!
So you saw the bodyguards move before you heard the gunshots? Yes, if I recall correctly, they moved first. At least, the one on the left did. You're rather observant, Mr. Doe. I'm blessed with keen eyes. The names of the bodyguards were written in the top left corner of the security plan. And the one on the left was Rook. That's correct. Bastion Rook, I believe. Why would you know that? I expect he noticed the light from a laser sight. The man is no amateur. Mr. Doe knows a little too much about the business of being a bodyguard for my liking. I'd say our friend here is no amateur either. I'd like you to append what you just said to your testimony, if you don't mind. As you wish. Bodyguard on the left, Bastion Rook, was it? Was especially quick to respond.
Hold it!
So the bodyguard on the left was the first to move. A small distraction, yes. He reacted admirably swiftly. His name was Bastion Rook, did you say? It appears you've assessed the situation quite astutely. Not more so than anybody else, I'm sure. He's good. He didn't even flinch. That's when the spectators panicked and started running and screaming for their lives.
Hold it!
So you yourself didn't start running and screaming. I was hardly in a position to.
Oh yeah? What position were you in?
One of extreme pain. Somebody bumped right into my wounded arm. Hard. It's excruciating. Thought my eyes would pop out of my head.
Yeah? Well, they clearly didn't.
Of course they didn't, Kay. In any event, the shooter was wearing a red raincoat. We have photographic proof of that, and yet...
Mr. John Doe here swears it wasn't him. This guy's lying through his teeth, I tell you. No one gets away with disrespecting Mr. Edgeworth, pal. Not on my watch.
Calm down, detective. We will get the truth out of him by catching him in a lie.
Yeah, so let's keep at him. He'll let something slip soon enough.
Objection!
As I suspected, you are more than what you claim to be, Mr. Doe. You overestimate me, Mr. Edgeworth. Oh, and tell me how a simple ice cream seller knows one of the presidential bodyguard's names. What? You jest, surely. You were the one who spoke their names aloud. Rook and Knight, was it?
Objection!
We only know those names thanks to the security plan. Look closely, only their surnames appear. Yet, we all clearly heard you say the name Bastion Rook. How did you come to possess such information? Information we ourselves didn't have.
Seems pretty darn suspicious to me.
Well, how did you know? Explain yourself. It was merely a slip of the tongue.
Another lie. He is the assassin, just like we said.
Come now, miss. It's a little soon to be jumping to such conclusions. I did know their names, yes. The reason for that is... well... I know Mr. Rook. He and I are acquainted. What? We have something of a connection. His name I could never forget.
You think we're stupid, pal? Stop lying.
I'm not lying. I am, and have always, as I have always been, a simple ice cream seller. An acquaintance of Bastion Rook, yes.
Objection!
I suppose Mr. Rook will confirm that. It should be easy enough for him to remember his good friend, the slippery ice cream seller, correct? Please, you're more than welcome to ask him, though I think that might be difficult right now. I would imagine he's rather busy ensuring the president's safety. But suppose you are able to speak with him, and he does deny that he and I are acquainted. How will that help you prove I was the shooter?
Objection!
If you weren't the shooter, why take off your raincoat? Because it was no longer raining. In fact, it had grown quite warm. Far better to let my wound breathe, no? Or would you rather I let it fester? It's actually going to worm his way out of this.
What are you waiting for, Mr. Edgeworth? Hurry up and arrest the man. He's clearly guilty. If I were you, he'd be in jail already.
You might be willing to arrest a man without sufficient proof, but I am not.
Oh, come on, Mr. Edgeworth. There's gotta be something you can do. Shock shocking scenes here, just as the culprit seems all but certain to escape justice.
It seems the court of public opinion has spoken. Very well. As I will clearly be viewed with suspicion no matter what I say, I might as well share what I know. What you know? What's this angle here? I saw another person with a red hood.
Are you kidding?
It's the person you captured in your photograph. I first noticed them just before the president's speech began. Still raining then. Their outfit was the same color as my own, which is what drew my attention. As did the laser beam that was aimed directly at the president's head. He's claiming there was another red-hooded person. Preposterous. I knew that if anyone saw me dressed similarly to this individual, I could fall into suspicion myself. And so, naturally, I removed my raincoat.
Objection!
So not only did you see the assassin, but they were wearing exactly the same thing as you. How very convenient. I had thought you might find it far-fetched, hence my not mentioning it until now. I know you law enforcement people are very skeptical types. You'd never believe me. Especially not if I had said that before the shooter was standing right next to a certain prosecutor. Especially not if I had said that the shooter was standing right next to a certain prosecutor. Well, I know you don't mean me. I wasn't even summoned until after the shooting. No, not you, Mr. Edgeworth. Your colleague over there.
Me?
Yes, the photograph will prove it, I'm sure. You see, right there in front of the person with the red hood.
That's me. Yes, but what exactly are you saying?
What's his endgame here? As I mentioned, I've been following your investigation with some interest, Mr. Edgeworth. While pondering the details, I noticed something strange. Strange? What exactly? Oh, now, a man of your talent should be more than capable of spotting a contradiction such as this. I'm afraid I don't follow.
This picture shows the chief prosecutor, Mr. Payne, and the shooter. But there's nothing weird about that, is there?
Think carefully. The picture was taken right in the middle of the president's speech. One of the other pieces of evidence you've gathered is inconsistent with what we see here. What is Mr. Doe talking about? Which piece of evidence is inconsistent with what's in this picture? That's right. In the middle of the speech. Scheduled for after the speech. Wants to thank us personally.
Take that!
Of course. The tape, it contradicts the photograph. Huh. you have noticed at last.
What's he going on about, Mr. Edgeworth?
Hey, you probably haven't heard the tape. You only showed up after we got it. Someone's missing. Someone who should be here.
Huh? But who?
Who indeed? The person who's missing from this photograph is...
Take that!
Huh? Miss Lloyd. How do you figure that?
Mr. Payne's voice can clearly be heard on Miss Lloyd's tape. Considering that he was conducting a private conversation with the chief prosecutor...
Oh, there was these two old guys standing right in front of me. They were whispering away to each other the whole darn time.
She must have been very close indeed to capture it on tape.
You're right, but she's not in the picture.
Precisely. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, you still believe that you have been hounding the right person. She's got a huge backpack, though. Wouldn't really work with that hood. Although she should be around somewhere. Weird that she's not. Miss Lloyd, would you mind answering a few questions?
Whoa, y'all are fixing to put me under the microscope now? Alright, sure, knock yourselves out. I got nothing to hide.
Miss Lloyd's testimony.
It ain't like I was standing still the whole time. Nah, I was running all over, roving reporter style. And that was a big old crowd. This picture must have been taken while I was in one spot, and the tapes from when I was in another. Just quit giving me the evil eye. Ain't nothing but a misunderstanding.
There's no doubt about the voices on the tape. That was Mr. Payne and the chief prosecutor. I'm certain of it.
Gabby wouldn't lie to us. I know she wouldn't. But if she did, that would mean that she's our perp. Will y'all quit messing with me? As if I could have done something like, as if I could have done the thing like that. Little me.
I might be inclined to believe you if your testimony didn't contain a glaring inconsistency.
It does. I thought it was pretty good.
Seems I have no choice but to present her with the evidence and expose the contradiction. It's about... Process fitted into the air. Like you, like...
It ain't like I was standing still the whole time.
Hold it!
Why would you be moving around if your main aim was to record the president's speech?
Ugh, what now? How do you mean?
Surely the speech would have been best recorded from a single, consistent position.
Well, see, that is, oh, yeah, ambiance. That's the word I was looking for. Gotta capture the ambiance. Can't put that electric atmosphere down in print if you don't have a bunch of it on tape for inspiration.
Surely, all you achieved was to fill the tape with unwanted background noise.
Y'all are questioning my methods now. I don't do standing still, alright? I was running all over, roving reporter style. That was a big old crowd.
Hold it!
You were running all over. Where, exactly?
Here, there, and everywhere, I guess. What? Y'all don't know what all over means? You think I remember exactly where I was and when in a crowd like that? What y'all want from me?
I'd like you to at least tell us whether you were to the right or left of the stage.
Left? Yeah, left, I think.
The suspect in the picture was on the left-hand side too. Coincidence?
Yes, the picture must have been taken while I was in one spot, and the tape's from when I was in another.
Hold it!
So the fact that you are not in this picture is to be expected. Is that what you're trying to tell us?
It surely is. I got your pals the prosecutors on tape while I was in one part of the crowd, and then that picture was snapped while I was off someplace else. Look at it that way, it all makes perfect sense.
Your assertion then is that the picture and your recording were taken at different points in the speech.
Yep, timing's everything. You'll learn that soon enough in this line of work.
So I can prove that the two things did happen at the same time. Your entire defense will come tumbling down.
So quit giving me the evil eye. Ain't nothing but a misunderstanding.
Hold it!
Evil eye? Are you perhaps suggesting that I might be attempting to intimidate a witness?
No, I'm just suggesting you lighten up a little. Frown that way for too long and it'll stick. Ain't nothing so bad a little smile can't make better. Wouldn't you say, Ruffles?
I am investigating the shooting of a president, Miss Lloyd. A smile is highly unlikely to help with that.
So proclaimed prosecutor, all the while beaming from ear to ear. Paragraph ends.
Perhaps what I ought to do isn't deploy my even evil eye on her next time.
I just can't get a read on her. But I don't feel like she's hiding anything super bad either.
I agree that she doesn't seem to be ill-intentioned, but who knows if that means something much worse is lying just underneath. Regardless, we must put aside our immediate impressions. Her actions are on the record, and I have proof that contradicts her testimony.
I think it's about the...
Objection!
Miss Lloyd, it's imperative for a reporter to not lie, wouldn't you say?
You're dang right it is, and I don't lie.
And yet, the photograph and the recording were definitely taken at the same time.
What? What? You can't prove that.
Oh, but I can. The evidence is right here in these pictures. This one in particular shows something that lines up precisely with when you were making your recording. What part of the picture indicates it must have been taken at the same time as Miss Lloyd's recording?
Take that!
See here, the President has his fist raised.
And what about it?
Would you be so kind as to play us the tape again?
See, it ain't that simple.
What if I were to tell you that you don't have a choice?
Oh, it'll make it easy, do you, Ruffles?
Remember, you're concerned with the moment the President raised his fist. No criminal organization, no matter how big, is above the law.
The President thrusts his fist into the air as the excitement reaches fever pitch. There! That's the moment right there.
Correct. We've now confirmed when it occurred in the recording.
Which means... Tabby should be in the picture, too.
And she is. Right there for all to see. Miss Lloyd is in fact the person with the red hood.
What? So you're a shooter, huh? No. I don't even own a jacket like that.
That's right. From everything we know, the owner of the red raincoat is... We've already proven that the raincoat belongs to Mr. Doe. You, Miss Lloyd, were wearing something else. Something that also happened to have a red hood.
So there were two people with red hoods all along.
Indeed, Mr. Doe's last statement was true.
Wait, but we only found one raincoat. Where's the other one?
Our ice cream seller never mentioned a raincoat, only a red hood. So tell us about your jacket again, Miss Lloyd.
Huh? This whole thing? Well, the best thing about it, like I said, is if you get mud and such on it. It's reversible, see? So you just turn it inside out and... Eef!
Just as I thought.
The inside of her hood, it's red.
That's right. And when the incident occurred, that side of the hood was visible.
What's going on here? What were you really up to, huh, pal? Well, wait, I never even wore it that way around.
Perhaps if you would allow us to examine it, we could confirm that for ourselves.
And what are you gonna confirm that? And y'all are gonna confirm that how exactly?
It was raining right up until the president's speech, correct? Not much has been established already. And as you yourself said...
Heck, I don't use either. Come rain, sleet, snow, or shine, it's my trusty parka every time.
If you haven't reversed your parka since the rain, then the inside should be dry.
Well, wait a sec now. I got this big old backpack on, see? So I can't take off my jacket. Yeah. Maybe I could show y'all some other time. You think an excuse that weak is gonna wash with Mr. Edgeworth? Well, what are you waiting for? If you're innocent, take it off and show us. It wasn't me, I swear. I never shot the dang president, I could never.
If that's true, Miss Lloyd, then your best option is to cooperate and tell us the truth. Is there a particular reason why you chose to wear a parka with a red hood here today?
I'm sorry, Ruffles. That's something I never told you. It's something I couldn't. But I'll come clean, I promise. Just go easy on me now, you hear?
Who said that? Hold your horses, it's a little soon for the endgame. Who's this? That goes for you too, Mr. Prosecutor. You lost this one the moment you made your opening move. That's one of the men from Kay's photograph. Guess I'd better introduce myself. Oh, you got a gun. Spinning around. Make me chill. Goodness. My name's Bronco Knight. I'm the president's personal bodyguard. And second in command of his security detail.
Eek. Point that thing somewhere else, pal. What the heck's wrong with you?
Sorry, can't help myself. It's just too much fun being this good. You're not a member of law enforcement, so how did you get a gun? Ooh, really bad trigger discipline there. This little girl's on loan from Langfall, temporarily issued to us presidential bodyguards. Anyway, never mind that. Got two tidbits of news for you. You want the good or the bad first? Choice is yours. I'm indifferent. Whichever you prefer. Really? You're giving up the first move advantage just like that. Whatever, your loss. Guess I'll push out the first pawn then. So you play a little chess, I take it? Huh, fellow fan are you, Mr. Red Suit? My name's Edgeworth. And you could say I dabble. Only noted, Mr. Edgeworth. Alright, I'll start off with the good news. The president's okay. Didn't suffer so much as a scratch.
He didn't? That's a relief.
Particularly for the young lady here. That means there's no longer a murder charge on the table.
That is good news, huh, Tabby? Yeah, 'cause I never...
Now for the bad news. The only reason the president's alive is because we bodyguards did our job. One of us did anyhow, our boss. Put himself in the line of fire. You're referring to your colleague, Mr. Rook. Yeah, it's game over for him.
No way!
Rook is dead. A genuine loss.
So, you're saying that Tabby...
Yeah, your friend here killed my colleague, my brother in arms.
Oh, heck no! I didn't do it! I didn't kill anybody! I could never!
I'd shut my mouth if I were you, murderer. Sure, we did what you have to do. Sacrificed one of our pieces to protect the king. To lose someone like him during a castling. It's a real shame.
Castling? What's that even mean?
It's a chess term. Very simplistically speaking, it's a move where a rook switches places with the king.
Then why didn't he just say so?
Mr. Knight, was it? Yeah, what? We'll need to see the victim's body right away. And if possible, I'd like to ask the president a few questions. Sorry, no can do. And why not? That's the third piece of news. And it's the piece you're gonna like the least. Thought you said there were only two. The National Police Force of Zhengfa will be handling things from here. What?
You'd better be kidding, pal.
This investigation was assigned to us. We're not about to hand it over. We're not about to hand it over. You're the Edgeworth, right? The one who saw the Yatagarasu case. The president mentioned you. I'm honored to have warranted his attention. It makes sense that the chief prosecutor was assigned this one to you. Wait, did the chief assign me to appease the president? That was a mistake. A big one. He should have given the case to somebody with a spine. You're free to take it up with President Wang, if you enjoy diplomatic incidents, that is. You're coming with me. And continue with this on the presidential plane.
No, no. I never did nothing, I swear.
You can do this the hard way if you like, but in Zhengfa, justice is served one way or the other.
Ruffles, come on, you gotta help me out here, please.
Miss Lloyd. She was the one in the red hood. There's no denying that now. I can't help feeling we still don't know the whole truth behind this case.
I'm innocent. You gotta believe me.
Can I really let this happen? Is this really how it ends? The look in her eyes, the crack in her voice as she begs me to help her. This is no act by a criminal. She's genuinely scared. And if I let him take her, we'll never know what really happened.
Huh?
What the? Get your filthy hands off of... Ooh. When it's down now, quiet now. Is there really any way to greet me? Your neck has barely begun to heal and you've already forgotten who I am. I'm disappointed. It's you! So you do remember.
What do you think you're doing, pal? Put the knife down and give it up. You've got some nerve pulling a stunt like this in front of a bunch of police officers.
Don't even think about it. You don't stand a chance against this guy.
Who are you really, Mr. Doe?
Let's just say I'm no simple ice cream seller. Guy is a pro. A hitman. His name's Shelly the Killer. The Killer? There's not a legal professional in the country who doesn't know that name. An assassin capable of taking down any target, any place, any time. This isn't the first time our paths have crossed. It's been too long, Mr. Edgeworth. But of course, this is the first time we've met face to face. You were the assassin we've been looking for. In a sense, yes. Yes, certain someone did indeed hire me to carry out a contract. And that contract did indeed specify that I was to assassinate President Wang. I swear I've seen this picture in one of my old files before, but... how could I have been so careless? My bandage proved useful for bringing a knife into the park undetected. But I miscalculated in certain other regards. You didn't bring a gun. Now, shall we play a little game, Mr. Knight? I know how fond you are of such diversions. Stakes must be high in order for it to be fun, of course. Shall we wager, say, your life? What do you want from me? I would like for you to allow Mr. Edgeworth to remain in charge of the case. What? What are you up to, the killer? I'd simply like our mutual friend to see things through to their conclusion.
But why?
Master Rook was a man of great skill, one who I felt a certain connection. It was only right that the truth behind his death be brought to light. With Mr. Rook's departure, the case is now yours to investigate, is it not, Mr. Knight? I'm simply asking you to transfer that authority to Mr. Edgeworth. It's not something worth losing your life over, surely. You're just using the investigation as an excuse to get close to the president. Am I really? I suppose it is.
Sun in my eyes.
Am I really? I suppose it is true that in order for the investigation to proceed, we will need to enter the presidential plane. I think I'm gonna let you near him. I'm his chief bodyguard. Are you? Yeah, I thought you were only second in command. Rook's not around, and that means I'm number one. Wonder if you have what it takes to step into such capable shoes. Of course I do. I'm the leader now, me. If that is indeed the case, I would ask that you make a choice worthy of a leader. Will you needlessly throw away your life, or will you allow the investigation to continue? Is he really doing this to gain access to the president? Does he even need to? What is he plotting? You have no objections, I trust, Mr. Edgeworth? Come, let's continue the investigation.
What do we do, sir?
Let's see, we have little choice but to do as we're told. That said, listen, detective, and listen well. Dog's barking. I'll buy us some time as I investigate. Meanwhile, you gather the other officers. Have them surround the plane and make absolutely certain there is no way he can escape.
Yes, sir. You got it.
Be continued.
Sure.
Alright, but it is time to feed the dog. So I am going to do that. When I get back, I'm gonna close the curtain a little better. Something's getting in my eyes. But yes, I will feed the dog, and I will return. Get some more water too. Back in a little bit. Yeah. so bright. Stop being bright in my eyes. Yeah, I've gotta just like... It's got like clip-on rings to keep it up there. I think I need to move one to the side a little more so it actually catches the whole thing. Anyway, I returned. Once I get sat properly, I shall get back to the game. Take off my slippers. Anyway. Ideally, we should be able to finish off this first episode in the stream, because first episodes of all the other games were quick enough to be able to do that. So hopefully it should work. With the death of Bastion Rook and the revelation that Shelley the Killer was in our midst, the case had taken a turn we could never have predicted. This is working, right? Yeah. Mr. Knight ordered that the door to the presidential plane be opened, and the emergency personnel attending to Mr. Rook's body were asked to leave. With the scene cleared, we stepped cautiously aboard. March 25th, 4:15 p.m., Zhangfa presidential plane. That's pretty low. No president in sight. But where could he be? Who knows? So he's hiding beneath the bulkhead door over there, is he? Behind. That makes more sense. As courageous in the face of danger as ever. It's hard at his point, but... Can you seriously expect him to be standing here, waiting to meet his assassin? As we have already established, my interest lies only in the successful conclusion of this investigation. Now, Mr. Edgeworth, if you would be so kind as to examine the body. Alright. My only option right now is to play along. The rest is up to you, Detective Gumshoe. So the attempted assassination of the president has become the murder of a bodyguard.
You look like you could use a little help there, Mr. Edgeworth.
Not that I need it, but yes.
That's what I thought. Then there's nothing else for it. Carrie Faraday, great thief extraordinaire, we'll just have to take it from here.
Oh, really? You mean you're going to solve the case for me?
Nope.
I thought not.
But I will provide vital assistance. Now let's get to scouring this crime scene from top to bottom.
It will take Detective Gumshoe a while to assemble our backup, so we'll need to draw this part of the investigation out for as long as possible. Zhangfa presidential plane. Alright, begin investigation. Gas masks. 2 gas masks. In case of
Holy paw!
stepping on my keyboard. 2 gas masks. In case of a poison gas attack, I suppose. The president certainly seems to think he's at risk of assassination at all times.
Wow, gas masks. I've never seen one before. I've heard plenty about them, of course.
Oh, from a fellow thief, I presume?
No, from the Jammin' Ninja. You know, my favorite kids' TV show. Princess Murasaki was getting married, but toxic ninja Wolfsbane showed up to lay down some sick burns.
And time to tune out. Might save myself a brain cell or two. riot shield. Next to it, a canary in a cage. Smells like a canary in a coal mine, but surely you could just have an electronic detector that would be even more precise. Oh, she's so sweet. I want one. Did you ever see a cuter partner in crime? Partner in crime. Oh, yeah, she could help me with lockpicking, stuff like that. A great thief has no greater ally than nature, Mr. Edgeworth. Sadly, such birds are most commonly used for detecting poisonous gases. Wait, this one isn't actually for that, is it? I don't think people do that anymore. Because you can just, like, detect them in other ways that don't involve killing birds. Hello, Tamagotchis. No, I guess they don't have screens. It's a solid cert. Oh, can you pick if you want to be in the window or out of it? One thing or another, please. I want to shut the curtain. Ollie-Paw. What are you doing? No, she wants to stand on the desk and only stick her head out the window, maximizing problems. Princess, get all the way in there. Wow, what is it? J-Ball. The cats are being troublesome. It's a solid circular life preserver designed to be used in case of an emergency on the water. Or, rather, the sea to be more precise. Oh, the sea! I love the sea! We should go sometime! Sorry, but you'll have to make that particular trip without me. Oh, don't be like that. Come on, it'll be fun. We can have lobster rolls, ice cream, all that good stuff. Something tells me the sea isn't the main attraction for you, is it? I just shove her around. Hole in it. Not where... Well, actually, it looks like it might sit higher. Wait. If it's not... Where did that come from? I'm gonna scour the scene and inspect anything that catches my attention. What are these things? These personal safety alarms are very colorful. Looks like they get a lot of use as well. I like the president. He seems like a thoughtful guy. Buying these for his kids, maybe his wife too. Why would they all be here if that were the case? No, these are for his own personal use. Objection, Your Honor! It's simply not possible for one person to use this many personal alarms. Why, you ask? Because he is human, and therefore only possesses 2 hands. 20 hands wouldn't be enough to count to the number of objections I have to that objection. Okay, about that. Slot machine lion thing. Curious figure of a curious animal with a curious expression is staring straight at me. And look! There's a big lever right by its butt. Don't even think about it. Oh, I wasn't thinking anything, I swear. Imagine that lever operates the panels beneath my feet. Ah, I see. So he's standing on a trapdoor. Strongly advise you not to pull it. Do so and you will regret it. No, I'm okay with taking some advice, especially when it's from a professional killer. Documents of some kind. Could always steal a glance. Another security plan. March 19th. When's this dated? March 24th. Okay, so this is an older version. Also covered in case of amphibious assault. Resident safety is paramount. Spectator area should be covered at all times. The pawns aren't in the other one. Although, from reports, it sounded like they were around. Or, though, were they in the picture? Doesn't look like it.
Oh, yeah, like the one from the trash can.
Precisely. But wait, something feels off. The same roof diagram of the stage area.
Yeah, like the other security plane we found.
The one from earlier, I mean. Something's different, I'm sure of it. What could it mean? How to put my powers of deduction to work? Same roof. Okay, yeah. Okay, you don't care if I look at things. There's a couple of things different, really. They're switched, but that's been explained. Weird that bonds are here, not in the other one. No, no. No. Let's cover on lakes for lakeside now. That's on this area. Yeah. Mentions of the repositioning due to injury already here.
Ah, Kitty, what is it? Why are you sad?
He's yelling in the other room. You want me to point out the pawns or the... We'll start with this, I guess. Oops.
Eureka!
They're in different places. The two plans are different. Was the security detail reorganized at some point? That's pretty general.
Huh? Oh, you're right.
That's right, first case. Baby case for babies. Yeah, we made some last-minute changes yesterday. President's orders. Why the urgency? Because of what happened the day before. The killer here tried to take him down. He infiltrated the security detail, posed as one of us. Rick figured it out first, not before this guy got within striking distance of the president. If our leader hadn't stepped in just then, we'd all been out of a job. But he made it, and our friend here wound up with a seriously twisted arm. We put a bullet in it for good measure, too.
And where were you when this was happening?
Going by that picture, looked like he was getting strangled. You were the first one overpowered, were you not?
Oh, that's embarrassing.
Shut up, kid. Now I get it. Your neck has barely begun to heal, and you've already forgotten who I am. I'm disappointed. It's you. Messed up my neck so bad I can't even look to my right. You're right. You couldn't look at the president from where you were standing? Well, I guess if you couldn't look off to the other side, that also would be a problem. I was somewhat astonished to have sustained an injury at all. The testament to Mr. Rook's skill. He was truly a master of his craft. Unlike a certain other someone I could mention. I'm just as good as he ever was. You were a pawn to his queen, my young friend. What the heck do you know? And that's why you remembered Mr. Rook's name. You admired his skills as a bodyguard. Why is he yelling? I must get up. I must see why he's yelling so very persistently. This should take like 30 seconds. I will not put the screen on. J-Pop! Where are you? Why are you yelling? Hi. Are you sad and lonely? Come on. We'll come sit in here. We're not making that noise. What is that noise then? Is it coming from outside? Is there a cat outside? Jeez, you're so creepy. How about you come? Oh, your foot's all dirty. You should clean your foot. I'm shutting the store anyway. Do you know how to go around the other way? Seems that noise is maybe a different cat. One that's outside somewhere. Some of it was probably him. Some of it was something else. Yes, you're so pretty. If you must get up, let me set you up so you don't mess anything up. Don't get me with your claws. Do you have anything to say? Would you like to say things to the microphone? You cute little baby. No, he does not seem interested in doing that. Well, if you want down, we'll have to go around. We'll have to go that way. I don't want you walking through my things. Sweet little boy. And the window has been blocked. Only pause there. Lay down. You needn't stand there. You could sit and chill. Okay, everything looks good. So that's why you remembered Mr. Rook's name. You admired his skills as a bodyguard. Indeed, J-Paw. Fine, go. Don't stand there. That's in my way. That's right in the way of everything, in fact. Pretty boy, move. You need down? You can't stand right there. Okay, goodbye. Indeed. While I was serving on the team, I learned the names of all of the operatives. But his in particular stayed with me. I joined the very short list of those who have ever successfully wounded me. It's a chicken. That's what I'm hearing. One of the neighbors has a chicken. Very loud. So that's the connection he was talking about. And that's why we changed up the security plan. And to be sure there weren't any more assassins in the ranks. The president didn't want anybody on stage he didn't trust. And he only trusts two people. Me and Rook. Security plan data updated. Diagrams of the president's security arrangements, which were changed only yesterday. How does that explain your change of position?
Oh, yeah, he switched over to the right-hand side.
Told you, I can't turn my neck to the right. Could only cover the president's left side. So I wound up moving to the right side of the stage. Why? Now that's the cat. J-Paw. He was just in here. I sat him up on the cat tree so he could come hang out. He decided he wanted to leave. And now that he's left, he's crying. I don't know why. I checked his water, like, this morning when I went to feed him, and his water was fine. He has his food, he has water, and he apparently doesn't want to be in here to hang out, so I don't know what his issue is. So sad he is. Oh well. Let's see. Knight's position. Knight can't turn his head to the right, so he's moved to the right side of the stage. Okay. Cool. And then we have this.
That looks heavy. And this is what a president wears, huh? Must be made of something super special.
Yes, to protect him from bullets.
What? So it's not just for show?
Of course not. This is a bulletproof vest. Found on desk, has a bullet lodged in it, as of the president's.
Oh, so that's what one of those looks like. Why didn't you just say so? Now I feel silly.
Nothing else to look at here. What's this? Bank of monitors displaying camera feeds from in and around the plane. Must scour and scene and inspect anything that catches my attention. How about the one that's like broken and full of some sort of bulb? What on earth is this?
Oh, that?
Oh, that. It's the president's favorite plushie. It's a memento of something. Anyway, don't touch. And if that's the case, then why has it been
Left up there like nobody cares about it? Yeah, that is pretty weird.
Certainly wouldn't be the first place I would think to display a beloved item. Wait, are those shards of glass underneath it? Thought something seemed strange about this cubby hole, but now I'm sure of it. There was almost certainly another monitor here. Really hope this wasn't a CRT. Those things, like, explode and kill you when they get broken. Security monitors, data jotted down in my organizer. Screen showing footage from in and around the aircraft. One monitor is missing. This one's all static. These monitors are displaying the cockpit and parts of the plane's exterior. I don't see anything out of the ordinary. You sure? That one's all static. Jeez. That's the outside of the plane. Most intruders cannot hope to approach without being spotted, but such measures would be mere child's play in my case.
Oh, you're saying you can get past cameras like these without being seen?
Of course, with ease.
You have to teach me how! Please! Are you taking on apprentices by chance?
Hey! You do realize who you're talking to, don't you?
Sorry. I had to ask, though. What a great skill for a great thief to know.
Unfortunately for you, I'm not the type to take on understudies.
You're not, huh? Shame.
Shame? In what way, exactly? This monitor is displaying the feed of this very room.
They didn't go cheap when they bought these, huh? Very high res.
Oh, I'm afraid I can't quite tell myself, but
can even see the little crow's feet. I can even see the little crow's feet around your eyes. Oh, my bad. They're just the usual deeply etched lines, you know, on your forehead.
If you've quite finished. Doesn't look like there's anything else notable here. Door. The president's on the other side of this door.
And what a door it is! Bet I could get the better of it, though.
Get the better of it. Doors aren't there to be beaten.
But look how heavy it is! Look at that lock! It's just sitting there begging me to try it.
Calm down, Kay, and think. Why might this door be locked?
For me to open it, of course.
Precisely. For you to open it, of course. Wait. What is the right answer anyway?
How you doing? Sad. I didn't do it. I'm a reporter. I bag scoops, not souls.
But then why lie about your jacket and the laser sight?
That was... I knew y'all would think it was fishy.
Is that really all it was?
Please, you gotta believe me. I can never do something like this.
I'd like to tell you everything will be alright, but just try not to worry too much. If you really are innocent, I'll prove it. One way or another.
Thanks, Chief. I believe in you.
How many times must I tell you? I am not your chief.
Oh, sorry, Ruffles. Clean forgot you were Chief number 2.
That's not what I meant. Suits. There's a wide selection of protective equipment here. Bulletproof vests, hazmat gear.
No way, there's even a spacesuit.
Get this.
Ouch.
Sitting at weird angles. I just need a chair that sits a little lower, I think. I think that would help. This is as low as this thing goes, though. I get the sense that the president thinks he's very much in need of protection at all costs.
But what if he was in a gunfight? There was poison gas everywhere. And he was in space. What would you do then, huh?
Then he'd simply put on the bulletproof vest, the hazmat gear, and the spacesuit. I think the spacesuit maybe covers the poisonous gas.
That's probably easier said than done.
What's this? Someone has left an inflatable boat and an oar here. Probably so it's ready to go at any time.
Wait, but there's only one oar.
You can still row with one oar, you know. This is the door out. Buddy, would I like to speak with... No, speak. I have high hopes for your investigation. I do hope you won't betray my trust in you. Things are progressing well, I hope. There's no need to worry. Things are progressing just fine. Remember, I absolutely despise betrayals of all kinds. Yes, I know. Indeed you do. Please do take care not to double cross me, accidentally or otherwise. I really have no choice but to do as he says for now. Can't believe that an assassin led an assassin onto the president's plane. You know very well it was for the good of the investigation, Mr. Knight. Don't give me that. I know what you really want. You do indeed, because you heard me say it already. I wish to know the truth behind Mr. Rook's death. But you did also say you were asked to assassinate the president by a certain someone. You seem to have forgotten there are more pressing matters at hand. I don't often carry out unpaid work, but it's not entirely unheard of. Fine. I'll get back to the investigation. Good. I'm expecting great things from you, Mr. Edgeworth. Guess we should look at the body. Look at it. I must scour the scene and inspect anything that catches my attention. I mean, let's look at this bullet hole. The bullet seems to have entered just under his armpit and went clean through his body. Where did it end up? Exit one, then somewhere on his back, probably. Was there... what ended up? He was hit in an area his bulletproof vest didn't cover. Like it was on purpose or something, huh? The cause of death would appear to be loss of blood. Attempts were made to staunch it, but to no avail. Currency notes jotted down. Victim bled to death from a gunshot wound to the torso. The bullet passed clean through his body. The medics must have been brought in to try and save him. Sadly, it was too little too late. I'm guessing this is a bulletproof attaché case. I think that's... Bodyguards use them to shield their clients from gunfire. There was some in-case photograph too. Looks like Rook and Knight each had one. I'll be honest, my current suspicion is, in fact, Knight here. Though if he couldn't turn his head to the right, that would have made things a bit difficult, but not unmanageable. Bulletproof attaché case jotted down. Designed to provide protection from gunfire. Knight and Rook were each issued one.
Oh, hey, that's a photo I snatched.
You can hardly steal a photo at a public event, Kay.
But I'm snatching up a moment in time with every picture I take, you know?
I take it snatch is your new favorite word.
Maybe.
It's the victim, Mr. Bastian Rook, bodyguard to the president of Zengfall. He's one of the guys who brought the president inside as soon as the shooting started. Which means he continued to do his duty right up until his dying breath.
At least he'll get posthumously promoted.
Okay, it's better to know when to say nothing at all than to end up with your foot in your mouth.
What do you mean?
I mean, bodyguards don't even operate on the same rank promotion system as the police in the first place. So the victim was also carrying a revolver.
Looks like he was trying to use it.
He probably drew one on instinct when he felt threatened. We should check to see if he managed to fire any rounds off. All there. No other signs of the weapon having been used. Was this one on loan from Zengfall too? Yep, sure was. We're always issued the same model with the same model gun. Same model. It's a trapdoor connected to the lever on that curious figure.
If someone were to open it, everyone would fall through. Mr. Rook, Mr. the Killer.
Don't even think about it.
I wasn't. I mean, I couldn't dream of thinking up ways to take you down.
Might I suggest you keep your monologues internal?
Huh.
I believe that's everything there is to look at. I believe I've seen everything in the room as well, which means we need to do logic. Alright, bulletproof vest. Yeah, that's like last time. The two guns are exactly the same, meaning it's likely that the one we found is also from Zhangfa. Forward data updated. Found in a trash can. Two spent bullets, same models of victims.
Bodyguards all got their guns from the Zhangfa authorities, right?
Yes.
Are they, like, super rare or anything?
No, I don't believe so. This model isn't exactly easy to come by in this country, but it's certainly not impossible either.
Oh, and I thought they might be valuable treasures.
Yes, it is something of a shame.
Whoa, I just mentioned treasures and you actually responded for once.
I only mean to point out that if the guns were rarer, it would be much easier to trace them. Which would have made them treasures of the evidence variety, I suppose.
Ha! See? Everything's a treasure hunt one way or another, including this investigation.
You could say that.
All right then, it's treasure hunting time. On with the investigation.
She certainly seems a lot more enthusiastic all of a sudden. Two bullets were fired in total. We know this because two shots were heard. One traveled through the flag and into the balloon. The other took Mr. Rook's life.
But there's a bullet in the president's vest too, right? How is that possible?
How indeed. The numbers don't add up. However, there's one possible explanation.
There is?
After passing through his body, the bullet that took Mr. Rook's life then found itself lodged in the vest. In other words, two of our bullets were in fact one.
No way!
He's right. If the president hadn't been wearing that vest, things could have been a lot worse. And he wasn't injured at all by the impact. Even when obstructed by a vest, a bullet can inflict serious damage. Sure, no guys who got broken bones that way. The president's okay. He's made of strong stuff.
Sounds like you didn't even need a vest.
Let's not get carried away here. I want that bullet's ballistic markings analyzed.
Remind me what those are again.
Guns leave a unique pattern of grooves on every bullet they fire. By examining these grooves, we can use them to identify which gun it came from. Think of them as fingerprints of a sort.
You can tell all that from a bullet? Then what are we waiting for? Analyze away.
It might be easier said than done. That bullet hit solid armor. The impact will have completely flattened it. We'll be lucky if there's anything left for forensics to find.
What? I was so set for some analyzing.
May as well take a look anyway. Bulletproof vest data jotted down. Stop the bullet that passed through the victim. The bullet itself was crushed flat by the impact. That's quite enough investigating for now. What is taking so long, Detective Gumshoe? Well, Mr. Edgeworth, we solved the case. No, not yet. That's so. Perhaps interviewing another key witness might help you to do so. Another witness? Who?
You don't mean...
The most important witness of all. The man on the other side of that door. really intends to have me question the president.
He's probably got like a phone or something over there, that some kind of intercom. You can just like talk on the phone.
Now, if you would be so kind as to summon him, Mr. Edgeworth. Stop right there to kill her. You're nuts if you think I'd let him anywhere near you. Well, Mr. President, I'm sure you're watching us through your security feed, aren't you? In which case, I politely request that you show yourself. That is, if you value your bodyguard's life. Well then, if nothing else, we now know what kind of a man you really are. Mr. President! Stop, you can't do this! So just calm down, alright? Come on, detective. Where the blazes are you? Those lights, what's happening? Listen, well, Mr. Edgeworth, I would advise you to stay very still. Seems I will not be granted my audience with the president after all. Even with Mr. Knight's life as my bargaining chip. No, stop! Okay, you won't get away with this to kill her. I have seen enough. And now I know the truth. Where are you? Where did you go? Ah! I leave the rest in your capable hands, Mr. Edgeworth. Mr. Edgeworth! Detective Gumshoe. Sir! Mr. Edgeworth, sir! Just knocked him out. March 25th, 4:45 p.m., Zhengfa Presidential Plane. I must have been knocked unconscious. Sir, you're okay! Are you alright, Mr. Edgeworth? Look at the boat. Is he making a getaway across the lake? That's kind of slow. Never mind me. He didn't hurt you, did he, hey? Nah, I'm fine. I only just woke up myself. My head will be sore for a while, but that's about it. See, you can stop worrying. Detective, did you manage to stop the killer? Well, see, Miss Lloyd came running out of the plane, and, she told us he'd flown the coop. We were too late. I'm sorry, sir. The bodyguard over there told us something too. Seems there's an inflatable boat missing from by the window. The killer must have stolen it and rowed himself across the lake. He's not gonna be that quick with that. Like, he has one oar and the lake looks pretty sizable. I feel like you could maybe start looking. What about the cordon around the park? I'd called everybody back in to stake out the plane, including the guys stationed across the water. Oh, so he's completely slipped through our fingers? Not the best look for the department, but yeah. Hey, Edgeworth. What is that hand sign you're doing? What are you doing? Mr. Knight, you're alive. Yeah, no thanks to that murderer. Oh, that reminds me. Found this lying on the ground next to you, Mr. Edgeworth. A calling card. Marked with a seashell. Guess he wanted to leave a message. Calling card data jotted down. Left behind by the assassin, Shelley the killer. when he made his escape, adorned with his distinctive seashell emblem. You know, like his shirt. He wasn't exactly subtle. The killer usually leaves these next to the bodies of his victims.
But you're not dead, sir.
I could have been. Maybe that's the message.
A lollipop. Who's a fluffy baby?
Okay, goodbye. You didn't mess up my wires, did you? No, they look fine. I can't stop thinking about his parting words. I've seen enough. And now I know the truth. I'll leave the rest in your capable hands, Mr. Edgeworth. And now I know the truth. The truth about what? Roger that. All clear here, sir. Over. What's going on? That was the president. He's coming out. Now. So he's the president of Singfa, Mr. Dijun Wang. And you.
Voice.
I put a voice on him earlier, but I don't remember what it was, and I don't think it was very good anyway. I kind of wasn't expecting him to say more words. I sort of expected him to be dead. Oh well. And you are... It's an honor to meet you, Mr. President. My name is Miles Edgeworth. The honor is all mine, Mr. Edgeworth. I am D. Jun Wang. Your efforts on behalf of Zhengfa have not gone unnoticed. You averted something of a crisis. You must be referring to the Autogadas case. Thank you, sir, but all I did was solve a few local cases of murder. You are too humble. I have been observing your investigation. You are an impressive operator, Mr. Edgeworth, even if the killer did get away. That's very kind of you to say. So he was watching through a security feed. Sadly, I must inform you that this is as far as your investigation goes.
Maybe you killed him.
What do you mean? Hear me, foolish prosecutor, for I shall say this only once. Knight has apprised me of the state of affairs. From this point forward, the case will be handled by Zeng Fa's police force, the finest in the world. Even with the killer out of the picture, you're still looking to get me thrown off the case.
What do you think you're doing, pal? Nobody talks to Mr. Edgeworth like that. If it hadn't been for him, the killer would have...
Detective. Forgive him, Mr. President, but I must confess to being somewhat confused. I fail to see how or why this case falls within Zheng Fa's jurisdiction. You fail to see. Enough, puny prosecutor. You seek explanations from the head of state? I say no. 1,000 times no. I will not explain myself to you. I'll hand over the evidence you have gathered and remove yourselves from this plane. I do what he says if I were you, Edgeworth. This can't really be the end of the line, can it? Case evidence handed to Mr. Knight. Why let us come so far only to pull the case out from under us? The one guy was being threatened at knife point. And that's the only reason he let that happen. Now you may leave. Knight, detain the suspect. Yes, sir, right away. To make an attempt on my life to murder one of my faithful servants. The effrontery, the villainy.
I didn't murder nobody. Cause I...
Shut your mouth, Miss Journalist.
I...
Answer me this. A world already lousy with lies, with deception, with sin and inequity. Can we stand by and suffer yet another crime to go unpunished? I say no, 1,000 times no. There can be no forgiveness. There can be no surrender. Why, you ask me, and I will tell you. He's hiding something. I'm certain of it. He's just talking, just ignoring it. It's funny. If I leave now, you'll never know the truth.
Mr. Edgeworth, sir! Mr. Edgeworth, there's gotta be something we can do.
Think, Miles. Remember. How many times have you faced situations like this in the courtroom? You've confronted the lies of witnesses and countered the arguments of other lawyers. Has the critical evidence always been laid at your feet? No. Yet you always got to the truth of the situation in the end. With your greatest weapon of all, your words. Now, let us analyze the state of play. Begone, puny prosecutor! Would you dare defy the direct order of a president? He's not going to listen. He clearly means to drown out any objections by pure rhetorical force. When an opponent is on the offensive, the best thing I can do is bide my time and wait for an opening. As he said himself, he's a head of state, a seasoned politician. He won't open himself up to attack easily. I can't let him bully me into submission. I have to stay calm and alert. If I can read his movements and expressions correctly, I may be able to find my moment. My first aim should be to find out why he's insisting on St. Fall taking over the case. The board is set. Time to make my opening gambit.
So good they won't trust him.
Could you at least explain to me why I am off the case? Imbecile! Cease your insolent jabbering! I need not explain myself to you. My reasons are my own. They are none of your concern. If I want to take this any further, I'll need a clue of some kind. Let me try another tack for now. Please, about the case. Did I give you permission to speak? No, 1,000 times no. I am the leader of Zhang-Fa. No time for your insolent back chat. Simply hoping to confirm one basic fact. You say that the investigation will now be assigned to your national police force. I do. Now enough of your pointless questions. Good boy. The interior of this plane is the sovereign territory of Zhang-Fa. You have no rights here. That's so, could it be that our current location itself is significant somehow? I should keep that in mind. Could be a useful clue. We didn't get shot on the plane. Could you at least explain to me why I am off the case? Imbecile! Cease your insolent jabbering. I need not explain myself to you. My reasons are my own, and they are none of your concern. Perhaps it's time to employ my clue. In the course of our conversation, I deduced certain facts from your behavior, Mr. President. For example, you seem particularly aggressive when discussing our current location. Smarmy smart aleck. As you said yourself, the presidential plane is a sovereign territory of Singfa. And from that, we can infer that you believe the rules of extraterritoriality apply inside here. Is that correct? Enough! Cease your objectionable whining. You can rant and roar all you'd like, but you won't escape my scrutiny. It was unmistakable. The moment I mentioned extraterritoriality, you became visibly agitated. You think you're clever, don't you? Let me answer your little question. It's true! Extraterritoriality applies! Your laws mean nothing here. And why does that matter, you ask? It matters because it means you are powerless. You have neither influence nor authority here. Interesting. So the extraterritoriality issue does have something to do with all of this. Let's dig a little deeper into the claim that this plane is sovereign territory, shall we? This next move will surely decide the victor. He may be the president, but nobody is untouchable. I just have to find the right angle of attack. Surely you see that you have overplayed your hand. Nobody asked for your opinion. You need only obey me, nothing else. You dare tell me how to govern, how to lead? You dare contradict me? On the matter of Mr. Lloyd's guilt, or Miss Lloyd's. On the matter of Miss Lloyd's guilt, yes I do. No, she is guilty. She's the culprit. There's nothing left to debate. Who else could have fired from outside the plane? There's no other viable suspect. Fascinating. She's claiming that Miss Lloyd fired at him from outside the plane. This could be a vital clue. You believe that extraterritoriality applies here, but can you prove it? Do you even understand what you are asking? Of course, if I didn't, I wouldn't ask it. Have you no shame, calling to question the good word of one such as myself? I have no more time for this. You clearly cannot be saved from your own foolishness. You needn't worry about me. I'm not the one who needs saving. That would be Miss Lloyd, a woman who is being wrongly accused of this crime. Chivalry is admirable, but it changes nothing. The right to extraterritoriality cannot be denied. This is Zhang Fa. Time to deploy my clue. I may not be able to call the extraterritoriality of the presidential plane into doubt. However, according to you, she shot at you from outside the aircraft, correct? In which case, extraterritoriality could not possibly apply in this case. Your assertion is entirely without merit, and the detainment of Miss Lloyd cannot be justified. How could I have? Bested by a mere prosecutor, but I'm the president! The president! Checkmate. Mind chess. trust that you won't mind if we continue our investigation now, Mr. President. I hereby officially and unreservedly confirm my approval. Consider it a gesture of the magnanimity and generosity for which my good office is known. Yes, without noble acts such as the unmistakably, refutably, for which reason hereby there can be no other outcome, for our goals are lofty in our hearts. People of Zangfa, they swear to you here and now. This investigation will continue.
All that when he could have just said, okay, you got me?
I'm guessing it, by that it meant he went on for a while and it cut out most of it or something. Mr. Knight, if you care to return the evidence, take it. Case evidence retrieved from Mr. Knight.
You did it, Mr. Edgeworth.
We sure did. Now the investigation can continue. Whatever. Enjoy your pocket full of pawns. I'll be over here enjoying how you put them to play. And you will definitely enjoy my next move. Mr. President, one more favor, if you would be so kind. What is it? Could you please give us your testimony regarding the incident itself? No, you want me to testify? Whoa, that's your next move. If you want the president to testify, you'll have to take him to court. All in good time, Mr. Knight. He will get his day in court soon enough. If a person of interest refuses to cooperate at the investigative stage of the process, they are obliged to provide detailed justifications as to their reasons for doing so. That's... What's the matter? There's something you'd rather we didn't know? Stand down, Knight. I'll do as the prosecutor asks. Thank you for your cooperation. Now listen. Listen well. President Wong's testimony. Where was I when the incident occurred? Stage, of course. Suddenly, Rookie Knight jumped in front of me. Then, bang! A shot rang out, and a plain, unblemished balloon of red exploded nearby. Not hesitating for an instant, the bodyguards tried to escort me back to the safety of the plane. And then, second shot. The bullet went right through Rook and lodged itself in the bulletproof vest I was wearing.
I guess if you look at it in one way, the president is also a victim here.
Yes, the victim of attempted assassination. Rook was simply in the wrong place at the wrong time.
But that makes it even weirder. Why would the target of the crime try to obstruct the investigation?
My guess is that there's something behind all this that he doesn't want made public.
Cover up, huh? I knew there was more to this case than meets the eye.
And the president isn't the only one who knows the truth. Isn't that right, Mr. Knight? Time to get to the bottom of this once and for all.
Hold it!
And how would you describe the incident exactly?
Not see. Okay.
Didn't see the light on the thing, the microphone. I have my hat on top of it because it helps the sound. I guess in theory it's meant to work like those pop filter things I've heard of, but I don't have one of those. But I do have a knit hat. How would you describe the incident exactly? Oh, you naive little man. You really think your silly, simple question will shake me? I was involved in a craven attempt to silence me with cold steel. And while I was speaking to my adoring public, no less. I'm not sure if cold steel is how I would describe a gunshot. Those are hot and made of lead. But okay. Suddenly, Rook and Knight jumped in front of me.
Hold it!
When they stepped in to protect you, were you aware of the fact that you were being targeted? I was aware of my audience, nothing else. When I step up to the podium, I enter another world entirely. A place of rapture, a place beyond words.
Yeah, I think that's called stage fright. Bet you were like a deer in the headlights.
No, 1,000 times no. I remember every second. Each moment is indelibly etched in my memory. When Rook and Knight stepped in, I was shocked, overwhelmed, taken aback. And bang! A shot rang out, and a plain, unblemished balloon of red exploded nearby.
Hold it!
About that red balloon. Are you trying to test me, Mr. Prosecutor? No, Mr. President, I simply wish to confirm what you remember. Very well. There were two very large, very round balloons, one on either side of the stage. Shoot. Their deep crimson hues stood stark against the sky, just as the security plan said they would. Same security plan we found in the trash can, I assume. Rook and Knight leapt to my side just before the balloon exploded. Not hesitating for an instant, my bodyguards tried to escort me back to the safety of the plane.
Hold it!
You said they tried to escort you back onto the plane? Yes, that is exactly what I said. They threw open their attaché cases. That must be the moment Kay captured on camera. He immediately moved to help me back onto the aircraft. And then, the second shot. The bullet went right through Rook and lodged itself in the bulletproof vest I was wearing.
Hold it!
Do you know where that second bullet went? Is this how you treat a foreign dignitary? Or do you really think such needling questions necessary?
Oh, what's he so upset about?
Must you insist on going over the same details again and again? Even my patience has its limits. You know full well where it went. The bullet went right through Rook and lodged itself in the bulletproof vest I was wearing.
Were you wearing it
Under your clothes? I don't think you could have. Not with how tight they are.
Hold it!
If I may ask, what was the victim like in that moment? He was a man amongst men, a real hero. The mere impact of the bullet took my breath away, and yet he had the strength to grab me and rush me back inside the presidential plane. So you and the victim entered the plane together, is that correct? Yes. He offered his noble protection, and I gladly accepted it. All was as it should be.
That sounds nice and all, but doesn't that just mean he's always the first to make his escape?
He's the president, detective. It's basically in his job description to do so.
I think he's saying he seems too off base. Guy's the victim here. Wouldn't make much sense for him to lie to us, you know? Guess we gotta assume he's telling the...
No. One of the things he said is clearly wrong. Think back to the scene of the crime.
Huh? Did we miss something? Oh, right. Let me see that evidence again.
Might as well take another look myself. Now I know exactly what the problem is. It's the balloon. That was not a plain red balloon. It was the Steel Samurai.
Objection!
You say it was a plain red balloon that burst? but I strongly beg to differ. Take a look at this. Think you'd agree it's hardly plain, wouldn't you? Think you'd agree it's hardly plain, wouldn't you? No! What? Who is that? Mr. President, meet the Stale Samurai. I would have hoped you might recognize him, especially if you were hoping to ingratiate yourself with the people of this country.
Yeah, you need to watch the Jammin' Ninja too. He's amazing.
So you see, the balloon that was struck by the bullet was anything but plain. It was, in fact, of the Steel Samurai. The briefing mentioned 2 plain red balloons. And there they are, right on the security plan.
They do look pretty plain, don't they? Just simple round balloons.
Knight, what's the meaning of this? Explain yourself. Yes, Mr. President. Seems that the Steel Samurai balloon was borrowed at the last minute, sir. Borrowed? That's what we were told. Yes, they only reported the incident to us bodyguards, though. Seems there was little trouble here on site last night. One of the original balloons burst somehow.
So they swapped it in as an emergency replacement?
Yeah, one of the stall holders happened to have it. From what I hear, he was more willing to lend it out. More than willing to lend it out. Very happy-go-lucky kind of guy, they said. A happy-go-lucky stall holder with a Steel Samurai balloon to spare. I filled the bottom part up with air to make it look like the other ornamental balloon. Just the bottom part, I see. So while it was a Steel Samurai balloon, it was made to look like a plain red one above the water. Is that the long and short of it? Knight, why was I not informed of this? Well, it hardly seems overly relevant. Sorry, sir, we didn't think it was a pressing issue. And indeed, you saw it and knew no different, correct? Yes, I suppose so. You've really mistaken the Steel Samurai's pants for a plain red balloon. Still, Mr. President, I struggle to see how you wouldn't have noticed something different about the balloon. Of course! What was that outburst for? Now I remember. I could barely see the balloon. You couldn't see it. That's right. The wind was blowing too hard. The flags to the side of the stage were flapping incessantly and blocking my view. Is that so? Yes, those 2 flags were being blown back towards me. There would have been a strong wind blowing right around the time of the incident. Strong enough to blow the flags in just such a fashion. Does that conflict in any way with our understanding of the case? Thank you, Mr. President. Your testimony has revealed yet another contradiction. It has. Yes, a contradiction that could turn this entire case on its head. When I arrived on the scene, the wind had died down, and the flags were resting calmly for the most part. But if the wind had previously been blowing the flags as the president describes, a certain piece of evidence suddenly takes on a very different meaning. Which piece of evidence contradicts the stated conditions of the stage at the time of the incident.
Take that!
Earlier, we deduced the bullet had struck the Steel Samurai balloon, and the bullet that passed through the flag were one and the same. From these 2 things, we further deduced that the trajectory that the bullet must have taken, and we concluded that our shooter must have fired from the left side of the spectator area. But if the flags were blowing as the president describes, our conclusion becomes quite different. No way! If the flags were pointed in the other direction. Exactly. Our trajectory changes completely. And if we trace that trajectory back to its source, we can ascertain who really fired that shot.
Wait, but Mr. Edgeworth, that would mean...
Yes, I know. You might not understand the reason why, but it can only have been one person who did it. Who does the bullet's new trajectory implicate as the one who fired the shot?
Take that!
The person who fired that shot was none other than you, Mr. Knight. What the? That's not his voice at all. The path from the balloon back through the flag leads directly to the spot where you were standing. Bullet trajectory updated. Extrapolations from bullet trajectories suggest that Knight fired the shots that popped the balloon.
That guy's one of the president's bodyguards. Why the heck would he go around shooting balloons?
This is absurd. What exactly are you trying to imply? That Mr. Knight, the man who has saved my life countless times, is my would-be assassin. Seriously, Edgeworth, we put up with a lot from you, but this... We're President Malone's bodyguards, the pieces put on the board to protect the king. I'll handle this night. Sorry, sir. Mr. Edgeworth, the wind was indeed blowing quite fiercely around the time of my speech. But the wind can pick up and die away in an instant, can it not? Therefore, I need proof. Proof that it was blowing hard enough to lift the flags during that crucial moment. The first shot was fired right around the time the president raised his fist. I have a piece of evidence that shows just that. Perhaps it can also show us what's happening with the flag then, too. Doesn't look like we can quite see it, can we? You can see it over here. Oh, after the shot fired. No, I guess I was at the time the shot fired, to mention that.
Take that!
Your proof is in this picture right here. Should be good. Which picture where? We can see which way the flag was really blowing right here. You know, with the flag in the picture.
Take that!
Could even make me pick the right one. Well, do you deny that it clearly shows the flag? Die. There we have it. Proof that it was blowing towards you at the moment of the shooting.
So that means our pal over there did shoot the balloon? Making him the assassin?
Mr. Knight. I would say he was trying. If he killed the other guy, I'd say he was mostly looking for that other guy, which is still a problem. But it doesn't seem like he was trying to kill the president too. Mr. Knight is not the assassin. He may have shot the balloon, but the president was on the other side of him entirely. Therefore, he can't have been aiming at his boss. Yeah, besides, why would I even shoot the balloon? What would be the point? Watch how you answer, or I might aim for something else next. There was a point. I'm sure of it. If I can figure out what it was, perhaps I can finally put this whole conundrum to rest. Knight definitely shot the balloon. Rise data trajectory. Cool. That fact alone changes everything about this case. Why did Knight's assigned position change? I told you, I can't turn my neck to the right. I can only cover the president's left side. I wound up moving to the right side of the stage. But is that the only reason? Let us suppose that the plan hadn't changed, that Knight had remained positioned on the left. Given that he was unable to turn his head to the right, would he even have been able to shoot the balloon closest to him? Could it be that the security plan was changed for the express purpose of popping one of the balloons? And if we suppose that to be the case, the two plans are different. Was the security detail rearranged at some point? Yeah, we made some last-minute changes yesterday. President's orders. That's right. The president was the one who ordered the change. Only one's left. If I'm reading things right, the president knew in advance about the balloon shooting. Which means he must have had foreknowledge that he would be in someone's crosshairs today as well. And if that's true, then everything else that's been bothering me falls neatly into place. How did the shooter get a gun past such heavy security? And why would they then carry out the shooting wearing such a conspicuous item of clothing? Why use a laser sight that would give away their location in an instant? Hello, Honeypaw. Oh, Honeypaw. Alright, it looks fine. Yes, the window. And how did the president suffer no injuries at all, despite a direct hit to his vest? These are the questions that Knight and the president don't want us to consider. There's only one possible reason for Mr. Knight to have fired his gun. Create the illusion of an assassination attempt.
What? Uh-huh.
Idiot. You do understand what you're saying. Oh, I understand it all too well. I understand everything now. Most of all, I understand why you were so keen to take this investigation off my hands, Mr. President. You wanted your real plans to remain hidden. How dare you speak to me that way? This is some sort of sick joke. Oh, it's no joke, I assure you. It is simply the truth, as revealed by the careful application of logic and reasoning. Nothing more. The first shot was fired by Mr. Knight, with the specific intention of hitting that balloon. The sound of gunfire and the bursting of the balloon were guaranteed to cause a panic. And then, he fired again.
He did?
Yes, he fired 2 bullets, both of which were aimed at the balloon. As for why he did so, it's because the second shot was designed to create the impression that the president had been hit.
So then, what's the deal with the one in the vest?
Well, I'd bet that the bullet was planted there long before the shooting ever occurred.
So Mr. Heroic President didn't take a bullet after all.
That's not true. It was shot, I tell you. We'll be able to verify that for ourselves once we take a closer look at the bullet. At the very least, we can expect to find traces of Mr. Book's blood on it, correct? You said it yourself!
Ollie, but what are you doing?
You found the shooter in the photograph, the person with the red hood. That doesn't matter if the trajectory is not what we thought it was.
Objection!
I thought I made myself clear. The trajectory points to only one possible shooter, Mr. Knight.
Then where does Tabby fit into all this?
She was simply one part of their plan. In order to place the suspicion elsewhere, they set about creating a fake assassin. The highly suspicious person with the red hood. I've yet to ascertain exactly how complicit Miss Lloyd was in the whole scheme, but I can say with some confidence that none of the shots were fired by her. I suspect her only job was to point a laser sight at the president.
Oh, you're crawling out under there. Why? Princess, can you, like, chill? Yeah, you. Stay in one place. Hello. That's right! Then I was...
Tasked with turning your jacket inside out the moment the crowd flew into a panic. Yes. Thus, making the mysterious red-hooded shooter disappear in the blink of an eye. Then, when the gun and the security plan were later found in the trash can, it would have all appeared to have been the work of an assassin so skilled they could vanish into thin air.
But then the case would have gone cold.
Exactly what our friends here were hoping for.
Makes sense now why they wanted you off the case.
Indeed, because the entire affair was a cheap ruse perpetrated by the president himself.
Alright, Wendy.
No, Presidential mask has well and truly slipped. Admit it, the entire assassination was a lie, wasn't it? That stupid chief prosecutor hadn't insisted on assigning you. How could I let this happen?
Objection!
Oh. Interesting that you got your own voice line. You're gonna stick around for multiple things. That's enough, Edgeworth. Mr. Knight. Sorry, but I'm speaking with the president right now.
Did you just drop all the bullets on the ground? What are you doing?
Yeah, well, I'm doing my job as a knight and protecting my king. So go ahead. Keep running your mouth. Perhaps it would be better if we stuck to threatening each other with words.
He wouldn't. Would he?
Nah. I don't need this thing to shut you up. Alright, my move. Question. You claim I fired my gun from on stage. How do you figure I did that in front of a crowd of thousands? An excellent point. Time for my counter move, I suppose. You had a certain something that allowed you to conceal your actions. Certain something, huh? Mighty specific. What did Knight use to hide his actions from the crowd? It's a case. You can see it in the picture. It was like in front of his hand.
Take that!
My attaché case. Yes, take a look at Kay's photograph. Your right hand is completely obscured by the case. At the very moment this picture was taken, you were firing your gun. And in such a way that you wouldn't be detected.
Objection!
You don't like to let the facts get in the way of a good theory, do you, Edgeworth? Shame you don't seem to have noticed. Noticed what? The theories are all you have. Conjectures, nothing more. The flag was billowing in the wind at precisely the right moment. I hid my gun, my attaché case. I changed the security plan because I couldn't turn my head. All just speculation. Circumstantial evidence at best. You can't prove any of it. At least had the bullet that burst the balloon, you might have a scrap of credibility. Imagine. You could have run forensics to see if it matched my gun. No. That bullet is at the bottom of the lake. I'm gonna dredge it up. I hate to say it, but he's right. I don't have anything concrete.
I mean, at the angle he fired it at, it should have ended up pretty close to shore.
I guess unless it got washed away by currents or whatever, but I don't know.
They're heavy.
We're checking around. I thought not. Maybe now you can shut your mouth. Oh. It's Lloyd. Of course, she could shed some light on this whole situation. We just need to get her to talk. It doesn't matter. Something you want to say, Miss Journalist.
Never mind.
That's what I thought. Miss Lloyd. I need you to be brave. If you don't speak up, the truth will be lost forever. You are a journalist, after all. You're not.
Dang it! I can't stay quiet any longer.
Hey!
Holy ball.
You understand what you're doing, right? I think carefully before opening that mouth of yours.
I was so focused on bagging me a scoop, I forgot the most important thing of all. Real journalists don't lie. Hey, no dang scoop if it ain't the truth! I'm sorry, Mr. Edgeworth. I should have shown you this before. Just a laser pointer.
What is it?
Kitties. That's the laser pointer I used on the president. But that's all I done! I never shot nobody!
You stupid! I thought I told you. You squeal and you go down as an accomplice.
It was him! He told me to do it! I was at Zhang Falls Embassy, sniffing out a story like I told you. This was 3 days back. He comes up to me out of the blue and just starts talking. Help me out and I'll get you exclusive access to the president, that kind of stuff.
What about the gun in the trash can?
That I don't know nothing about, I swear it. All he told me was to wear a jacket with a red hood and to point that there pointer at the president. I never thought for a moment it'd blow up in my face so bad. I'm sorry, truly I am.
Thank you, Miss Lloyd. I'd like you to testify to that effect when this goes to trial. It ought to go a long way towards proving that the assassination was a sham. Ugh, what's wrong with you people? Don't any of you know what's good for you? My sympathies, Mr. Knight. Had you successfully removed me from this case as you'd intended, perhaps then you could have kept your pawn quiet.
That's why you don't play with guns. So, let me get this straight. You told Tabby, if you let slip about our fake assassination plot, we'll have you convicted for murder. Or something like that. Oh, the dirty!
I said no such thing. President Huang. Give it up, Knight. Time we came clean. It's our only choice. So, Mr. President, you admit it. You admit there was a plot to fake an assassination attempt. I do. I'm sorry.
But why? Why do something like that?
My popularity has been on the wane back home. I thought surviving an attempt on my life might give me the boost I needed. I know what we did was wrong, so yes, it was all lies. All of it. And the bullet and the vest? Planted ahead of time. I wasn't hit by anything today. Proof vest data updated. Interesting. Prop used in the assassination attempt. Button bullet was also planted ahead of time.
But then, what was up with the killer?
The plan got out somehow. And then he just appeared, hellbent on turning our fake assassination into a real one. Hence the red raincoat, I suppose. He'd hoped to get in close enough as the fake assassin to finish the job. There is one thing I don't understand, though. Oh, and what would that be? Why did Rook have to die? If the whole thing was fake, how did he wind up getting killed for real? That's true. And therein lies the real question. His fine bodyguard, the best in fact. He may not have been a native of Zhengfa, but he was someone I could fully trust.
Mr. Rook must have been really something to gain the trust of someone who'd hide from his own shadow.
Sounds like he was as trustworthy to the president as I am to you, huh, sir?
I believe that's for me to say, Detective, not you. Mr. Rook must have known about the plan too, then, correct? He wasn't aware of any specific details, so not really. I tried to involve him, but he refused. And you would have done well to listen to him. This is a tragedy. The life of a good man has been wasted. What's so great about him anyway? What's got into him? It was just another piece on the board, there to protect you, nothing more. Mr. Knight, how could you? Who was it that actually went along with your plan, huh, Mr. President? Well, that pious coward backed down when you needed him to step up the most. I value your support too, of course, but... Look, I'm your chief bodyguard now. That's all that matters. Now that that spineless fool Rook is gone, things are gonna change around here. Yeah, way to not look suspicious, buddy. Oh boy. Thanks to me, genius, strategist, grandmaster, rightful leader of this team. We are well aware of your ambitions, Knight. But it seem a little imprudent for you. Why? My plan this time was perfect, as they always are, and as they always will be. That's quite a statement, especially considering that your perfect plan was an abject failure. Yeah, no thanks to you, buffoon Rook. How exactly was it Mr. Rook's fault? If he hadn't died, the killer would have never come after me. And I wouldn't have had to let you on this plane. Please, Mr. Knight, you mustn't talk like that. Fine, the guy died protecting you, Mr. President. Sure, that's just what he always wanted. But did he die protecting the president?
Wait, I thought the whole assassination thing was fake.
Oh, come on. You have to say everything twice. You planned a fake assassination. Somebody else came along and tried to make it real. 2 shots were fired, remember? Like you said, Edgeworth, one of them was the bullet I shot through that balloon. But the second, that wasn't me. Oh, really? And who did fire it? The real assassin, but not the killer. His plan was to come after the president with a knife. No, the most likely suspect here is a piece cowering quietly in the corner. Our lily white queen over there.
What?
pearly white is not how I describe her. A lot of other characters are paler than her, including this guy.
Miss Lloyd. Again with this? I'm not your danged assassin.
Is that really true? I, for one, don't believe it. The gun in the trash can can only belong to you. Knight's Gambit. As soon as I shot that balloon, I rushed over to help Rook escort the president back onto the plane. I left Rook here in this room while I secured the president in the safe room. When I came back out, Rook was lying there on the ground. This journalist must have shot Rook while we were escorting the president off stage. That single killer shot was fired by the gun you found in the trash can. So you don't actually know when the victim was struck by the bullet, do you? That's probably the wrong way to say that. So you don't actually know when the victim was struck by the bullet, do you? The knight doesn't protect the Rook, Edgeworth. He protects the king.
You want to translate?
He means that his only concern was protecting the president. Lose the king and you lose the game. Isn't that the first rule of chess? But a win in which a key piece is sacrificed is a hollow victory indeed. Doesn't matter. It's still victory. I kept the president safe. I win. Well, it's a bit early to be calling our little match in any case. Well, it's a bit early to be calling our little match in any case. For this is where our battle really begins.
Hello, lollipop. So soft.
As soon as I shot the balloon, rushed over to help.
Hold it!
The victim really didn't take part in your little plan then, did he? No. We kept him in the dark on the details.
So he really thought the president was in danger. Wait, he must have noticed the shot came from right next to him.
Maybe he did. Guess we'll never know. And even if he did know it was a sham, he still had a job to do. He still had to protect his king. And he was able to make a judgment like that in a split second. Impressive. He really was as capable as they say. Not so capable that I couldn't read him like a book. I made it so we had no choice but to go along with our little performance. Left Rook here in this room while I secure the president in the safe room.
Hold it!
While I do that, you and the president both knew the whole thing wasn't real. But it had to seem real. There were people everywhere. It's not a good look, right? Imagine if someone had spotted a man who'd just been shot at, hanging out in his plane, sipping grape juice like he didn't have a care in the world. And what was the victim doing during all this? Who knows? I was in the safe room, like I said. Anyway, when I came back out, Rook was lying there on the ground.
Hold it!
Where on the ground exactly? Right where he is now, middle of the floor. The door to the outside was shut though. Guess the bullet must have hit him right before he closed it. Thanks to his little blunder, my whole plan fell apart. Mr. Knight, you mustn't talk that way. He may have kept you safe, Mr. President, but he isn't here now to save your good name. I'd call that dereliction of duty. What would you call it? An honorable try, which is more than what you'd give, I say. Sorry, but that's just how it is. This journalist must have shot Rook while we were escorting the president off stage.
Hold it!
Weren't you and Mr. Rook both carrying bulletproof attaché cases? Yeah, opened them right after Rook spotted the laser sight. We moved into covering positions and used them to shield the president. So the bullet that hit Mr. Rook traveled through a gap in that defensive shield. Do you really believe Miss Lloyd to be that skilled a marksperson? No. She was aiming at the president. That makes for a lousy shot. So it was pure coincidence that Mr. Rook was hit. And the bullet simply happened to find its way past your attaché cases and through the gap in his vest. Seems crazy to me too, but the facts are the facts. It was a shot in a million, but the shooter hit the bullseye. The proof is in your hands. That single killer shot was fired by the gun you found in the trash can.
Hold it!
So the second shot has nothing to do with you. Right. That one was fired by your little friend. Imagine the scoop she'd have bagged if it had hit its mark.
I'm a journalist, you hear? I don't make facts, I report them.
Yeah, journalists who signed up for a fake assassination attempt, or fake assassination plan in the hopes of getting a story.
That's not...
Look, I'll admit, I set the whole thing up. Your role was to aim that laser pointer at the president. It's not my fault that wasn't enough for you. You were the one who decided to bring a gun to the party. Who knows? Maybe you thought if you kept on shooting, you could shut me up too. So Mr. Knight suggesting he first fired one shot, and then Miss Lloyd fired one more.
Yeah, basically implying that Tabby also had a gun on her. Beats me where she could have got one from, but hey.
His entire testimony is pure conjecture. He can't prove any of it.
Right, let's hit him with some cold, hard, undeniable evidence.
Single. 2 shots were fired from this thing.
Objection!
So you contend that it was you who shot the balloon, and Miss Lloyd who shot Mr. Rook. Are you sure about that? Sure, I'm sure. Well, what you've proposed would indeed match up with the total number of shots heard. The gun from the trash can itself has also been fired twice. Now why would the supposed number of shots heard from this gun differ from the number of spent rounds? It's simple, because it was planted by the real perpetrator of the crime.
Somebody faked the evidence?
Yes, and if you think about it, the reason for doing so is obvious. To ensure that whoever found the gun would conclude that the shooter had been in the spectator area. And, in order to do that, they had to make it seem as if both shots had come from this one weapon.
I get it. So that's why it got 2 rounds. So that's why it's got 2 spent rounds, huh?
Precisely. As we have already proven, the bullet that burst the balloon came from a different weapon. Which makes it entirely possible that the bullet which killed Mr. Rook didn't come from this gun either. Nice work, Edgeworth. That's some high-grade sleuthing. Why don't you get to the point? You've come this far. Spit it out. Oh, I intend to, don't worry. The person who really shot Mr. Rook was...
Take that!
You, Mr. Knight. You're the one who murdered Mr. Rook. Ooh, finally got up the courage to say it, huh? Surely not. Surely you wouldn't have. It wasn't only the killer who tried to take advantage of the snake murder plot. You killed Mr. Rook, hoping that he would look like an accidental victim of the bungled assassination. With the president locked away in the safe room, and the door of the airplane tightly closed, it was just you and Mr. Rook, alone, together. And that was when the third bullet was fired, right into your colleague's body.
Objection!
Wait, you're really gonna claim there's a third one now? You just said only 2 gunshots were heard. Don't tell me how that works.
Objection!
Airplane cabins are practically soundproof, Mr. Knight. If you close the door, nothing can be heard from the outside. Not even gunfire.
But wasn't the president right next door?
Very true. Which means he may have heard the shot himself. Well, Mr. President, I didn't hear anything. But you can observe this room through your security feed, can you not? The camera in this room isn't normally on. I have to manually switch it on when I enter the safe room.
And that's what you did this time too, right?
Well, that is... It's gotten into him. Mr. President, this is vitally important.
Please, President Wong.
Fine, I was busy hiding under the bed, covering my ears.
What? Even though you knew the whole thing wasn't real?
Yes, I hate the sound of guns. Just the slightest hint, that awful noise. Oh, it's just too much.
Ooh, that there's sadder than a pot of overcooked crawfish.
Mr. Knight, you saw that President Wong was cowering beneath the bed. And what's more, you knew from the monitor bank that the security camera for this room hadn't been switched on. Which means you knew that the circumstances were perfect for you to fire the third spot straight at Mr. Rook. Knight, how could you? Could you really have betrayed my trust so horribly? You think I killed the old half-wit? You don't trust me much, huh? This is the thanks I get for putting my life on the line for you day after day. I want to believe you, but I don't get it. Just don't get it. What is there to doubt here? What? You don't believe that the girl over there could have done it? No, because this gun isn't the murder weapon. We know this from the number of bullets fired. Yeah. How do you know there wasn't a spent bullet from the start? What? Someone could have fired a bullet from that gun yesterday, or the day before. Then today, another bullet. The bullet that hit Rook.
That's pure speculation, pal, and you know it.
Maybe. But can you prove it's not true? Not with any certainty, no. We're nothing without conclusive proof. So come on. Single piece of evidence, straight through my heart, I dare you. Well, what are you waiting for?
That must be something. Wasn't there, Mr. Edwards? If we can't prove it, Tabby's. Please, Ruffles. I messed up. I know I did. I should have never done what I did. Not even for a scoop. But murder? Oh, that ain't me. Ain't a murderous bone in my body.
Conclusive proof. If only I could prove that Knight's gun is the murder weapon. Wait, perhaps I can. At least had the bullet that burst that balloon, you might have a scrap of credibility. Imagine, you could have run forensics to see if it matched my gun. We had the bullet that killed Mr. Rook. Forensics could tell us which gun it was fired from. No proof, no case. End of conversation.
Objection!
Hold it right there. What now? You're not about to claim you do have proof. Of course I do. This ought to be good. Alright, bring it on. Show me this proof of yours. The bullet that killed Mr. Rook is the key to ending our little game. Very well, my conclusive evidence is... I don't have it. It's right over there, though. Not currently in my possession. Alright then, thanks for playing, folks. And that's game over then. However, it is here in this room. What? As we know, the bullet that killed Mr. Rook passed through his body. But where did it end its journey? Perhaps we should cast our minds back to an earlier conversation. After passing through his body, the bullet that took Mr. Rook's life then found itself lodged in the vest. That's right. The president hadn't been there wearing the vest. This could have been a lot worse. If the president had been wearing that vest, things could have been a lot worse. And now, of course, we know that the so-called assassination attempt was a complete fabrication. The vest was prepared in advance, made to look as if it had been hit by a bullet. I can speak. Which begs the question, where is the real bullet? I like it, a twist. This is good stuff, Edgeworth. Come on then, don't keep us in suspense. Does any of the evidence point to where the bullet that killed Mr. Rook might have ended up?
Take that!
There is something very... Hold on. There's something very clearly missing from this room. Yes, a prosecutor with some common sense. Take a look at the bank of security monitors. Oh! I see you've caught on, Mr. President. Splendid. There are screens here showing views from all around this airplane, inside and out. The only external angle not covered is the right-hand side of the aircraft. And that's because one of the monitors is missing. There was a monitor in that space previously, wasn't there, Mr. President? There was. I have no idea what my plushie is doing there now, though. It appears to be someone's vain attempt to hide what is obviously lacking. But where did it go? And why? The why is easy enough to answer, because it was struck by a bullet. For if we were to believe that the bullet in the vest was the real deal, then anything that hinted at the existence of another bullet had to be removed.
So, where did the missing monitor go?
Where, indeed? I believe it must be hidden somewhere on this plane. After all, there wouldn't have been time to dispose of it outside the aircraft. Detective Gumshoe, conduct a search, if you would.
Right away, sir.
Mr. President, extraterritoriality, remember? I have no objection to the search. Please go ahead. If it will help us discover the truth behind what happened to Rook, I will not stand in your way. Who are you? I don't believe this! Rook this, Rook that! Don't you ever think about anybody else! The search has been authorized, Detective, if you wouldn't mind.
Sir, I found the monitor!
That is a CRT. Excellent work. Now go ahead and extract the bullet. Well, be careful. Those things hold electricity in them after you unplug them pretty bad.
Let's see if I put my hand in here and just... Come on, got it! Bad plan.
Well, would you look at that? Blood. This is the bullet that killed Mr. Rook. There's no doubt about it. Bloody bullet data jot down. found inside a security monitor. This seems to be the bullet that killed Rook. And there you have it, Mr. Knight. The single piece of evidence you requested, straight through your heart. Even you must now admit, if this bullet didn't come from the spectator area gun, then Miss Lloyd cannot be Mr. Rook's killer. What? No pithy comeback? Detective, have forensics analyze the bullet for striations. Detective, have forensics analyze the bullet for striations and compare them to the gun we found.
Yes, sir. When you look at the evidence you need, you can count on it.
Alright, let's hear what forensics has to say. Our findings are as follows, sir. Firstly, the blood on the bullet is indeed that of the victim, proving that it was the bullet that killed Mr. Rook. Secondly, we found Mr. Knight's fingerprints on the gun. Probably from when I handed all the evidence over to him. Now for the key part, the striations. If they're not a match, then Miss Lloyd is in the clear. Lastly, the striations on the bullet are a match for this weapon. Are a match with this weapon. What the... How could that be? He swapped it with, his while he had them all handed over.
No way! Oh, come on!
There's no doubt about it, sir. This is the gun that fired the bullet. How? Well, isn't that something? Conclusive proof that I was right. What's the matter? You didn't think you had me backed into a corner, did you? Check his gun for Edgeworth's fingerprints. Yes, you misread the board. The only one that backed into a corner here is you. Knight's counter. There's no denying it. Forensics proved that the gun and the bullet are a match. The bullet that killed Rook was fired from the gun you found in the spectator area. So who pulled the trigger? Can't have been me. I was up on stage. Which leaves your little friend. The hack killed Rook. She's the murderer, and you just proved it. Your move, Edgeworth. But just remember two things. 1, where you found that gun. And 2, which gun the fatal bullet came from. Whichever way you look at it, I can't have been the shooter. How did it come to this? Me and the president, we admitted faking the assassination attempt. Now it's your turn to admit to something. Who the killer really is.
There's no way Tabby did it, is there?
Don't let him get to you, Kay. We just need to go over his statements again. There must be something further we can deduce from them.
Okay, let's do this, Mr. Edgeworth.
I want to check your gun fingerprints.
Hold it!
No, that's...
Objection!
What was it you said? Forensics would back you up. How does it feel to be shot in the chest by your own conclusive proof, huh? Not so good, I imagine.
The bullet and the gun are a match, Mr. Edgeworth. It kinda has to mean that Tabby pulled the trigger, no?
Even so, I simply cannot accept that.
Sir, there's no denying the evidence.
There isn't. So what am I missing? I assume Miss Lloyd to be innocent, and the gun and the bullet shouldn't be a match. What is it, Kay?
I was just thinking, if the evidence points to something that doesn't seem possible, Maybe there's something wrong with it.
You're asking me to call the evidence into question.
Well, there's no way Tabby did this, right? So if the evidence said she did, the problem must lie there.
Seem very sure about this.
Call it my great thief's intuition.
Intuition. Huh. Still, she could be right. I simply don't believe Miss Lloyd to be a malicious liar, which means... as someone who believes that evidence is everything in court, the irony is not lost on me, but if I were to call a piece of evidence into question, it would have to be a gun. If something untoward is going on here, it would have to involve the weapon, not the bullet. After all, we only just recovered the bullet a little while ago. Furthermore, we know that Mr. Knight had an opportunity to handle the gun. Now hand over the evidence you've gathered and remove yourselves from this plane. I'd do as he says if I were you, Miss Edgeworth. This can't really be the end of the line, can it? Indeed, he had ample opportunity. There's no doubt that this gun is the weapon that was used in the crime. Which means it must belong to...
Take that!
Switch. The gun belongs to Mr. Knight. He switched them around. That has to be it. Switch for the one found in the spectator area. Bullet markings match those of the bullet fired in the incident. The bullet that killed Rook was fired from the gun you found in the spectator area.
Hold it!
Mr. Knight...
Objection!
No, you hold it. You were the one who proved this. Are you saying that forensics was wrong? The bullet had the victim's blood on it, which means it must be the one that took his life. It does seem to have been fired from the gun we found in the trash can. Okay, I guess it just wants me to point it out immediately, but I'm like, I want to press all the things. Get the dialogue, please. Don't you just love this? Your face, Edgeworth, what a picture. A man in dire straits, yes. Well spotted, you. Let's just agree the facts are what they are and just move on. That gun fired the fatal bullet. So who pulled the trigger?
Hold it!
Yes, who indeed. Still can't bring yourself to admit the truth, huh? I get it, I was in your shoes just a few minutes ago. Burned me up on the inside, you know. Maybe you really want to shoot someone. Sorry, it's no laughing matter, I know. But we both know who really did shoot someone, don't we? Can't have been me. I was up on stage, which leaves your little friend.
Hold it!
What proof is there that Miss Lloyd fired that gun? What proof about the forensics you ordered?
They didn't find her prints though, did they?
Yeah, the only prints they found were yours, pal.
Objection!
Who and I confiscated the evidence, probably. Anyway, say it wasn't this journalist. Who was it? Because it can't have been me. Your own investigation put the shooter in the spectator area, didn't it? You ready to admit it yet? All of the evidence points in one direction. The hack killed Rook. She's the murderer, and you just proved it.
Hold it!
That's not what I proved at all. Oh yeah? So what did you prove? Still trying to make this about how I fired the first shot? Sure, you proved that, and I admitted it. So what? You're forgetting that you were here to do one thing and one thing only.
You got that right, to uncover the truth.
And you think running? You think ruining your country's relationship with Zhang Fa is going to do that? No. Your job's to solve an attempted assassination. nothing else. I'll decide what my job is, thank you very much. You don't get to tell me what to do. Oh, sure. Let the trail go cold while you flip your wig over who gets to say what to who. Or you could finally do the right thing and admit that your little friend is guilty. Never. You're the guilty one here. There's no doubt about it. The markings on the bullet are consistent with those left by the weapon from the trash can. But if Mr. Knight were to have tampered with the gun somehow, he could have only done it once I handed it over the evidence, not a moment before.
Isn't there anything we can do, Mr. Edgeworth? There must be something.
Our reasoning thus far has been sound, I'm sure of it. Which means we can overcome his defenses this time as well.
Really? Even with the forensics results on his side?
If a testimony is untruthful, there is always a contradiction to be found. Let's listen to what he has to say for himself one more time. There's no denying it.
Objection!
Admit it. You switched the guns, didn't you, Mr. Knight? That's why the markings match the weapon in question. It was yours all along. An intriguing move there, Edgeworth. And you must have made the switch when I handed over the evidence, while I was busy trying to make the case for remaining on the investigation. You took the laser sight from the gun we found in the trash can and put it on your own. Then, not long afterwards, you handed that gun back to me instead of the one we found. I did, huh? You think I somehow knew you'd find, let alone run forensics on that bullet sometime in the future? Is that so strange? You're a chess player after all? Well, a man well used to thinking several moves ahead. I'm flattered. As much as it pains me to admit it, you're overestimating my abilities. Besides, you even have any proof that I made the switch. Let's check for prints on your gun. And also maybe look for that bullet that's probably in the lake. Should be by the shore from the angle you would have shot it at. Take a look. Figure it out. Next counter two. The gun is the same model as mine. Weird, sure, but it's just a coincidence. And look, there's a laser sight attached. Also, take a look in the cylinder. 2 spent bullets. Just what we'd expect to see. So what proof do you have that I switched the original gun out for mine, huh? None. That's what. You say I'm overestimating your abilities? You surprise me. What can I say? I'm a modest guy. More modest than you, that's for sure. Everywhere except at the chessboard, that is. I don't see a chessboard here, do you? Shame. Still, guess that gives you a nice excuse. I didn't mess up. I just didn't have the right evidence. I don't think I'll be the one making excuses. Rather, I didn't mess up. I just got lucky with the evidence will be your excuse, I'd imagine.
Hold it!
A coincidence, you say? Or was it a necessity?
It can't be both, pal.
Sure it can. I mean, bodyguards need to protect the president, and the girl needed to use a gun. She probably doesn't know a whole lot about them. It's not so far-fetched for her to pick something she's heard of that we also happen to use.
Okay, but why a revolver? Why is that your go-to gun?
It's probably something to do with the ease of use. No spent casings to chase down, for example. Exactly. perfect tool for a job where you can't afford to fail, or don't know what you're doing. Still, coincidence, necessity, doesn't make a whole lot of difference either way. And look, it's a laser sight attached.
Hold it!
Because you swapped it on there. Shut up or shut up, Edgeworth. Where's your evidence? Well, that is... Don't go making accusations you can't back up. Did your daddy never teach you that? As it stands, the facts are in my favor here. Also take a look in the cylinder. 2 spent bullets, just what we'd expect to see.
Hold it!
I've been meaning to ask, actually. What about your own weapon? How many bullets are in its cylinder? This little girl here. Well now. I let loose a few rounds earlier, as you saw. He reloads his gun every time he fires it. Even if I were to tell you how many there were at the time, you'd have no way of verifying that. Of course, in order to swap the guns properly, he'd have to maintain the right number of bullets per gun. He didn't have the chance to put on any gloves, though, which means... Alright, it's about time you did the right thing and resigned. It's about time you did the right thing and resigned, don't you? Game's all but done, see? So what proof do you have that I switched the original gun out for mine, huh? None. That's what.
Hold it!
Which is something you clearly don't have. If you did, you'd have made your move by now.
We do so have proof, right, Mr. Edgeworth?
I won't be given the chance to investigate any further. I'll have to work with what we've gathered. Think, Miles, think. Consider all the possibilities. If you got the goods, it's now or never.
How are we supposed to prove that you switched the guns?
Unfortunately, we don't have any direct evidence of his wrongdoing. But that in itself is proof of a kind.
Because otherwise, the striations wouldn't line up like they do, right, sir?
Right. We must carefully consider and infer what we can from the evidence he brings up in his testimony. Truth is in there somewhere. I didn't mean to go further.
Can we take a look at this again?
Objection!
I have your proof right here. That's your proof. I think you've been working too hard, Edgeworth. Not the gun itself, the evidence it carries. Evidence that will prove, once and for all, that it does in fact belong to you. I'm looking forward to this. Go ahead and make your move. What's about to come into play? The rook? The bishop? Not a pawn, surely. The evidence the gun will provide takes the form of fingerprints. fingerprints, namely your fingerprints, Mr. Knight.
Objection!
My prints? Of course my prints are on the gun. You handed it right to me when you gave up the evidence. How can they not be on there?
Objection!
What if I told you there are prints on a part of the gun that you shouldn't have touched at any point? What? Where? You can't prove that. Oh, but I can. There's a place where your fingerprints could never have been left if things happened as you say. Allow me to present the final piece of evidence that will bring our game to its rightful conclusion. Here, look closely at the cylinder, Detective.
2 bullets fired, but where are the prints we're looking for, sir?
On the bullets? You did indeed switch the guns when I handed you the evidence. But if that were all you had done, your deception would have been easily detected. Because the number of bullets fired by each gun is different.
There were 2 spent bullets in the gun we found.
Yeah, but what about Mr. Knight's gun?
You know that he fired 2 bullets from the stage into the balloon. And he fired another bullet into Mr. Rook, ending his life. So 3 bullets in total. Plus the few odd ones he let loose in shock during our little game. Which has to be really bad for your plane. I feel like that's bad for the plane and its general integrity. And also for just everyone around you. And also everyone's ears. Many problems with this. And after each shot, he reloaded his gun out of habit. With his bare hands, of course. Officer, where exactly were Mr. Knight's fingerprints found? The ones mentioned in your report.
Sir, they were found on the exterior of the weapon, but also on the bullets themselves.
I'm not sure they could have gotten there just from me handing you the evidence, Mr. Knight.
That's...
And there we have it. Proof that you did indeed switch the guns. This gun, the one which fired the bullet that killed Mr. Rook, is yours. And in taking his life, you are the true assassin. I didn't, Checkmate.
Where did those come from?
In the overhead compartments, perhaps. I was going to be the new chief of security. That blasted Rook. If it hadn't been for him, I would have been in charge by now. I would have been in control of the whole team. My plan was perfect. The fake assassination was supposed to be flawless. Detective Gumshoe.
Right away, sir.
Curse you, Edgeworth. Our game isn't over yet. I'm afraid this is as far as we go for today. The next moves we play will be in the courtroom. But it's not fair. It's not fair. Doesn't the fact that the thing happened here mean it should be Zangfa's deal to look into regardless, or and you just say, no, it's fine. You deal with this. Oh well. March 25th, 5:12 p.m., Gourd Lake, Lakeside Stage. Mr. Edgeworth, you a debt of gratitude. You exposed a murderer within the ranks of my own personal guard, and I will not soon forget that. He's suddenly very presidential again, and we're back outside the plane. I saw it, you know, when I first proposed the fake assassination to him. You want me to handle it, not Rook. Rook refused, but I can rely on you, can't I? Of course, sir. You can count me in. I'll put together a plan that can't possibly fail. And he'll play his part like the pawn he is. The hatred in his eyes was plain to see. He despised poor Rook. I was not entirely comfortable about moving forward with Knight in charge of our little deception. And looking back, I think he sensed my discomfort. I can't help thinking I played a part in his decision to end Rook's life. Mr. President, none of this would have happened if you hadn't plotted to fake an attempt on your life. That was your crime, and it is a crime you will have to live with. You are right. I can only apologize for the part I played. And I will, no doubt, be made to pay for my actions in one way or another. And I thank you, nonetheless. You solved the riddle of Rook's demise, and for that I shall be eternally grateful. I will be here in your country for a little while longer yet. But when I return home, perhaps you will visit us in Zangfa. You will always be welcome.
Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you! Y'all don't know how grateful I am. All's well that ends well.
Miss Lloyd, the accusation of murder made against you was, of course, entirely groundless. But the fact remains that you were a willing participant in the staged assassination attempt. The police will no doubt wish to speak with you about the matter. You should be aware that you may well be punished for your actions.
I know, and I'm awful sorry about everything. Truly, I am.
I understand your desire for a scoop, but there are limits.
There sure are. I got me some serious thinking to do. You did it, Mr. Edgeworth. That was something else. Local prosecutor solves assassination conundrum. Earns eternal gratitude of president. How's that for a headline? Hey, there's my department. Mr. Prosecutor, how does it feel to solve such an important case? You must be over the moon.
She certainly doesn't stay down for long. No comment.
Dang, you're one tight-lipped son of a gun.
As well I should be. This case is not over yet.
It isn't? How come, sir?
Because until we unravel the story behind this, the case will never be completely over. I suppose it's this thing.
Take that!
The killer's calling card.
Mr. the Killer has yet to complete his assignment.
You mean he might still try to murder the president?
I hope I'm wrong. But if I'm not, this could all blow up into something more sinister yet. As one would expect, the attempted assassination of a president, the case was all over the news. My preparations for Mr. Knight's trial were constantly interrupted by requests from the press. There wasn't a person in the land who didn't know about the case. Everybody was talking about it. But, in the midst of the frenzy that followed, nobody noticed that this was only the first move in a game far bigger than any of us could have imagined.
Alright. Right. Save progress. Yes, believes. Ah.
Captive turnabout. Interesting. Not doing that right now, though.
Damn.
Alright. Okay. It's weird that it was so quiet.
Anyway. That was the first episode of Ace Attorney Investigations, what was it? Prosecutor's Gambit. Having a good time. I like the new, chess thing, although the fact that it's got a timing element is a bit more stressful than anything else that's happening in the game. But the time isn't super strict, so it's probably fine. Let's see. Anything else? I shall be returning on Wednesday with not this. I will be playing a Super Mario 64 ROM hack that I started playing when I finished the Miles Edgeworth game early. I should get back to that. I should play it through to completion, I think, to be, you know, consistent. I should finish things that I start, is what I think. So I'll be doing that on Wednesday. I think having some variety in here will be good, but I will return to more Ace Attorney Investigations on Friday. Yes. That'll be the schedule. Monday and Friday will be Ace Attorney Investigations till I'm done with it, and Wednesdays will be the Mario, also until I'm done with it. I believe that's all I need to cover. Yeah. So, Wednesday for Mario, Friday for more Ace Attorney. 7 a.m. like usual. Have a nice day. Goodbye.